day today. So, but I'm excited. We're starting off with Overwatch today.
And getting a little bit ahead of yourselves, are we? No, I'm just kidding. But we've got Carmel High School Esports facing off with Team Schools. That's Carmel High School Esports Overwatch facing off with Team Schools. It should be a good one here at Carmel High School. Unfortunately, starting off, remember these are all best of threes here, Xander, and they started off with a unfortunately down on the wrong side of things, a 2-0. And so the format and how it works for Overwatch, 3 teams competing, and they're doing round robins through 3 rounds. The highest record wins first. If there's a tiebreaker on that, if it becomes a 1-to-1 scenario for all teams, which is one of the scenarios that can happen, then we're going to look at map differential, so on and so forth. We'll get into the tiebreakers in just a bit, but Carmel High
won't have to.
Yeah, exactly. And so Team Schools wants to get off to a good start too, because they did have the bye round to start things off and have a chance to do so against Carmel High. But I'm excited to see these two teams face off.
That's right. You know, and CHS Esports going to need. I mean, they're going to need the win here, otherwise they'll be essentially eliminated from contention for that prize pool, and Team Skulls will be moving forward and looking to take on the undefeated Team Shaman. So this will be a very telling match here to kind of see how this whole thing shakes out.
No doubt. And on Team Schools, a familiar face here that I've seen. So Overwatch, obviously a program that's building, or we're building that program into Stay Plugged In, and in the beginning of stages of making this a bigger and bigger event every single time for Overwatch. But one individual on Team Schools stands out. Hookbait has been around for a while now, since about January, I believe, was the first time we saw him come around into the Stay Plugged In platform. I'm excited. This will be the first time I actually get to witness him play, because the last time we both Overwatch, he was in it. I was in casting for it. Unfortunately, I had other obligations. I'm back in the booth and excited to see this kid perform against a Carmel High School team who is going to lay it all on the line here to try to stay alive.
Yeah, you know, I mean, like we said, they're basically it's win or go home here for CHS, and Team Skulls, you know, got to maybe watch some of the streams. I know a couple of the players from that game were streaming, and so you got to kind of feel out how the other teams were performing, and they know what they're up against with Team Shaman's giving them a quick 2-0 onto CHS Esports. So, you know, we'll see. We're 2 minutes of game time here, so it's gonna be interesting.
Going to be incredibly interesting to see it there, the way they lay it on the line for this matchup itself. Obviously, Team Schools coming in, and they had a few extra people in the lobby, it looks like, maybe as spectators, but regardless, the lineup will stand as such. It'll be Team Schools at Buzzkill, Pants, Optimal, Winston, Ski, and Hookbait. And if you were to put your money on what character you see Winston playing, who you got as a hero for Winston?
I don't know.
But what if they don't, right? You never know.
I actually feel like I've seen a Winston in our program before, and Winston was not necessarily playing the giant monkey. So I don't know. But if I had to guess, that's probably a good guess.
Probably a main tank as well. This team comes in as free agents also, I believe. So that being said, I actually don't know that, so I'll have to double check and get you the actual details here, but I know for a fact that this team, a lot of the individuals in our program run main tank, and if not Winston, probably some other main tanks as well. Transitioning over to Carmel High School Esports, though, we have Ty123, Ethmel, Cryo, Ender, Yakun, and Amyam as well, which are I'm familiar with too, and pretty funny ones at that too.
I mean, you gotta love the creativity of some of these gamer tags, but
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know, don't know much about this CHS Esports squad other than the one game they've played, or one matchup they've played so far against Team Shamans. Looks like we're going to Nepal here first.
It'll be Nepal, a control map here, so getting on points and keeping it the name of the game, as both teams will look to get off to a stellar start. But remember, when evenly matched games in Overwatch always tend to be a send it to overtime just about every single time. These can get
Mhm.
really close, and if it is close, it could last a long time. You'll see some desperation, some main tanks hopping into the action to try and throw shields down in order to keep the control points. But of course, just like this series is going to be best of 3, so are these control points. So obviously, you want to get off to a good start, but not the end of the world if you have to keep that mental strength moving forward into a late round here on this control map.
Yeah, and looking at these team comps, I'm used to seeing, Reinhardt, Lucio. It's kind of seems pretty meta. Looking over at the other side, though, I mean, they've got some solid DPS with the Colt and Tracer, but then they're going Hamster Ball and Diva. So they're looking to do a little bit more stylistic tanking. And look, Ball already flying in there from the left side. Going to try and create some havoc here.
Yeah, already on point is going to be Team Skulls as they jump in. Getting some heals there on the Diva as well, as you see it from Wrecking Ball's point of view here. Ty 1-2-3 going to hop to that boost pad to jump right back into it and chase them out of the zone here. But it'll still remain trying to get to that point, but trying to control as well, as you see Wrecking Ball getting in here and doing what they do best, which is just control the pace of play.
Oh my gosh, and I love the mobility that this character affords, because just getting in and out, bopping people around, and also up in the air with that smash. I mean, it's such a fun character to play if you've got the know-how and the skill for it. And this player so far Ty seems really comfortable on this champion.
It seems to be that way for sure. I mean, unless you're playing against Wrecking Ball, then it's not fun at all.
Right. You're like, where'd that come from? Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. The speed, mobility, one of the big things about Wrecking Ball. It's so hard to control as well, as he's obviously has a tank with mobility. It's pretty unstoppable. The Cryo with a solid shot there to get through. Finally, Ryan Buzzkill able to toss up the shield before more damage is done from Cryo, who's looked really excellent off the bat here. As now contesting the points and trying to keep this Team Skulls out of their own choke points. As Cryo looking for a couple of kills, able to get Diva out of her shell. And now it's just a great job to control the pace here from Carmel High School as they look to bounce back, but Hookbait able to get a kill on Cryo to kind of control things. Cryo's been huge. That's a big pick.
Yeah, Team Skulls also with 3 ults to their name and 50-60% here on the point. So they've been really dominant here early. CHS Esports finally getting the point back, but it's a long road so far, still only down in the single digits. They're going to need to hold for a while and up against 4 ultimates ready for Team Skulls.
Luckily for Carmel High School, they do have the point right now, as you see the ticker, the number tick up on the scoreboard ahead. As now popping in the action is non-stop here, as they just try to play damage to keep Skulls on their heels. And right now it's been working for them as they look to continue to hold on this choke point. The regroup here from Team Skulls as they look to push through, but not able to do so, denied, as Ender has been so in and out perfectly. That's exactly what you want to see out of your Tracer, as Cryo will come through, add even more damage, take Hookbait off the field.
Murphy coming out. They're pushing them all the way back to their base. Oh my goodness, it's just pure domination right now from Team Skulls. And they still haven't taken the point yet, though, which is interesting. They're just playing kind of like they're just creating space. And FML with CHS, I mean, they're doing a really, really solid job, but we're going to start seeing some ults come out here for Skulls.
That combination of the Wrecking Ball and then while Diva throwing out her ult as well will pick up 5 on the kill and just clean up everything the team kill accomplished for Carmel High School. Any colleges watching, that is how you make a combination of ults come to life and really utilize that combination. I knew there was a reason they went with Wrecking Ball and Diva combination, and that's just a good example of that.
I stand corrected. I just thought that the 5 ults ready for Team Skulls was surely going to be making waves, and honestly it didn't even use all of the ults from Carmel High School. They still have 4 available, 1 just being used right now. Finally Colt going down, Skulls making one of their final pushes. It's now or never, 99% on Carmel High School, and they've got to get on this point and take it back. They've got it back.
And the Zenyatta hold was able to allow them to jump on site. So those 5 ults that you mentioned here, Xander, that was excellent timing for them to jump in, use it, and therefore regain this points at. You're surprised? I'm not. 99% as they try to stay alive. That last push was crucial. They kept those ults in their back pocket until it was the right time to use it. Well executed from Team Souls.
Yeah, but now we were looking at having, oh, that's going to be a bomb going out right now. Let's see if anything lands for that. That's going to be Colt getting 2 cryo with 2. It's 2 down for either squad, and it's going to be scrappy here as not many ults left. It's just going to be neutral game. See who can come out on top. That's going to be Shatter down from Buzzkill.
Ooh, nicely done to control
with it.
Yeah, couldn't quite, get the damage they wanted to take it. We'll play into overtime now. As Winston forced out of the D.Va shell as well. We'll try to jump on site to at least keep them alive for the time being. But Carmel Esports, Carmel High, just controlling the points. Now just 1 left, and they'll be away from it, and the objective secured. And so they'll get the first map here, as it's just a good way to start here from Carmel Esports. We knew that they were going to be knocking on the doorstep after taking that first loss against, who was it, Team Ancients, I believe it was, in round 1. It was Team Shamans, rather. Sorry, Team Shamans. But either way, bounce back effort.
Shamans, that's how you want to start. Ancients, they seem to go hand in hand. It feels like they're the same team.
Exactly right. So, but Carmel Esports holding off that last push. So, although the ults were well timed there from Team Skulls, maybe just not organized quite enough. As we'll jump into this second map here.
Yeah, I fear that they maybe burned too many there in that final team fight to absolutely ensure that they got that, whereas the ult utility or the ult economy from Carmel High School, where they only had to expend about 2 of them for that complete team kill, really set them up for that final fight and giving them the advantage.
It's well executed, no doubt about it. As here on the second round of Nepal, we'll see just a stalemate here at center as they use the walls up top to try to get some higher ground as well to get some kills. And Carmel High School with the first couple of picks to start things off, even one from Zenyatta, not known for his attacking ability, but still being able to get that distance shot. And the orbs that will weaken your opponents is so crucial, and they did a good job of it.
Wow, there's already a high noon, I think, coming out. I don't think anybody went down to it, but still lots of kills coming down for Carmel. They've got the point. And that's going to be a pretty solid job to push Skulls off of the point and start to make their comeback. A small comeback needed at that, but look at this D.Va just holding that choke point, not really letting anybody sneak through.
Yeah, serving as a pocket heal for D.Va, not a bad idea, especially when, you see FML doing a great job to win these battles, and also a couple of kills off the ult as well. So FML, very impactful, but it takes the healing of Yukon in order to really keep them alive and get this counter going in the right direction here for Carmel High School Esports.
Yeah, and obviously their control over the central area is pretty locked down. They sniff out the aggression off the left side. They see the basically entire squad coming through there. The DPS is going to be backing up. And here's the bomb. Let's see if it goes down to anybody. That's going to be 1, taking out Ender. And this might be the push that the Skulls need. Couple ults coming out.
Targeting the Ryan on the other side for Carmel, though. As Carmel was able to try and get that kill. Looks like Ryan was down here. Buzzkill going to respawn and be left by themselves. Is Carmel High School able to hold off that push? And so now it's another group, but you did it last time and got held off as well. Now you just kind of fed into the hands of Carmel High School Esports on this point, and waiting and knowing when this push is going to develop will give them a huge advantage here. As a high noon out here for Cryo, just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. But I think he hit it a little bit too soon, though, as he wasn't able to get anybody with that one.
Oh my gosh, I feel like he got a little greedy there. He had one in the bag and just wanted to save it for maybe a little bit more of the team, and didn't end up getting anybody for it. See if it ends up biting them in the butt. But doesn't seem to look like that. Pant's already down for Team Skulls. Oh no, actually, Carmel going down, and that's going to be the point back over to the Skulls.
Yeah, they get the point back here, and you saw Cryo unfortunately pull the high noon maybe a little bit too soon there on that pull, as they had not quite pushed through. Typically, you want to hold that in your back pocket until you get that distraction first, right? Maybe get an off tank, maybe a diva to jump in and distract, like FML's been doing a great job of, and then hold on until they have their guards down. Maybe a hack as well, which they would not have, of course, with no availability for that. But there's still just a little bit of timing on the ult, and they would have been the difference. But they're still making a great push here, as they have multiple enemies here, very low on HP, and another res as well from Mercy, bringing up back Ender, but Ender dropped almost immediately there again.
Wow, and what a retake there. And that's going to be the shatter coming down, but not going to be enough. Carmel High School going up 1-0 in pretty convincing fashion here on Nepal Control.
Yeah, that is excellent execution here for Carmel High Esports, as Ender will get the play of the game. We'll let you watch that one, but impactful was a diva, and FML, in my opinion, was definitely a difference maker here. You can shout out the heals as well from Mercy, as it was Yakun who did a great job to control the pace and really find the right opportunities to go and get the hills on the tanks themselves as well. So Carmel High School Esports taking that map 1 as we head into Oasis. For the next one will be a hybrid map to move forward.
Yeah, and I really like what Skulls was doing early on in game number 1. It just looked like their ult economy was a little bit off from that of Carmel High School, and it ended up biting them just a little bit. But I really think that they had a pretty even footing for most of the games. Their neutral games seemed pretty even keel with Carmel. But there was just a few decisions that kind of had them slipped up a little bit there near the end of round number 1, and then going into round number 2. I think Carmel High School built off of that momentum and was able to really push through and control that point just matter-of-factly throughout the entire round.
Yeah, when you have, we talked about the mobility of Wrecking Ball, and then heading into that into that second map to close things out for Carmel High Esports, and the transition from that character, or hero rather. Ender did a great job with Tracer as well. Obviously a very mobile one, very squishy character, but still able to be impactful, knowing exactly when to hop in, hop out, knowing and recognizing where the heal pads are too, so you can get through in an efficient manner, because one shot from a tank and you can go down as Tracer. So just that recognition, I think Ender did a great job playing on Tracer throughout the entirety of that one, as did not adjust, just that confident in the Tracer play. That's excellent work.
Yeah, I was super slippery champ. I mean, I wanted to see a little bit more. I think the neutral game from both the Colts were really solid. The high noons just weren't there, and like you said, that diva, some of those were just some of those bombs were just super spicy. Really set Carmel apart from the Skulls there in game number 1.
It was. So again, we move on to Oasis here. The hybrid map is, obviously with control. Oh, it's King's Row next. Must have this backwards. So King's Row, though, a very popular map here. Xander, for whatever reason, we saw it multiple times in Peach Belt. One of my favorites as well. You gotta love the hybrids, as they look to take point first and then transition from there. But the first choke point, obviously a massive place to kind of keep an eyeball on as they try to work through as the attack, and really controlling that choke point will be important to kind of slow down the pace, because it's almost inevitable that they get to the points and take control of that point, but it's a matter of how long can you hold them off so they don't have time to push, that they're constantly having to fight through overtime in order to get to the next point.
Yeah, I love King's Row, and it feels like every single, be it best of 3, best of 5, this is always a staple that all the players love going to. I mean, that first arena where you're trying to take that point seems to be, there's so many little ins and outs, highs and lows that a team can just explode out of. I've seen some incredible team plays where they all teleport to the top of the statue and hop down and just explode all over the point, or, you know, any number of other sort of you know, it's great for snipers, great for getting up in their face. It's such a great area. And then, boy, we've seen a couple incredible pushes in overtime where they just had no time left and just pushed it basically all the way to the third point. So, I mean, the players love this map. They've learned how to play really, really well. And I'm excited to see what these guys are going to do here.
Yeah, this will, I believe, in my opinion, after Carmel High Esports just kind of tore through Skulls a little bit. I think Skulls has the advantage in this one just because you obviously have a game plan going into Kings Row. Obviously, you have a game plan for just about any map, but this is the more popular one, which means more even grounds. And I thought there was flashes of brilliance in the gameplay of Team Skulls in that last map, but, you know, coming into a map that you might be a little bit more comfortable in, and I'm just speculating at this point because maybe that's not the case, but I feel like everybody has a good idea of the way that they want to play with Kings Row. If they can match their team comms or match their ability to play on this one, match their play styles, and then get the team comms to add into that, then you give yourself a decent shot. But either way, a beautiful view of this Kings Row map as we circulate here on that choke point that you see that wall that I'm referring to as well. But mobility going to be key to try to get around that choke point.
Oh boy, and we've got two hamsters coming out here. So it's going to be a a lot of wrecking balls flying around. Surprisingly, Buzzkill. Winston not on the Winston, but on that wrecking ball. And then we've got May. Couple other. They're confusing me here. Oh, of course, Team Com's switching up. You know, can't call it until it's final.
Exactly. That's the beauty of Overwatch. You can change those. You can change those up last second if you want, even mid-game, which is an interesting aspect for sure. Winston played a lot of D.Va in the last one too. I don't know if you noticed, though. Definitely straying away from the inevitable. Also, another change I want to point out: Ender switching from Tracer to Hanzo, which is an interesting call in itself. Tracer less of an aim player or hero and more of just jump in, jump outs, and get your damage done in and outs. Whereas, of course, Hanzo with the long range ability, you'll have to have the ability to snipe. I think the Ender
attack. They're moving all the way around to this top window to try and strike down, and they've got height currently on Carmel High School, but they may have pigeonholed themselves into this one little window. Of course, they can wrap around a little bit and try and deal damage from other places, but I don't think I've ever seen this sort of assault before.
It's a strategy that's been around for not too long, right? You want to find a way around that choke point, aka going just through the wall. It's very easy picks, but to be able to get up there in the first place is definitely impressive. And to see that from a team that's comes together here in the Stay Plugged In platform and is using this and utilizing it, that's very brilliant of a strategy to go up and over. Trying to get on point here as Ender down to low HP, and sure enough goes down here. Skulls able to take care of business here from the top down. Found the right time to strike. Gonna get a couple kills, although the res comes out from Yakun. I think that was maybe not the right timed one, as now it's going to be Skulls right on point.
Wow, and you know what? I was wondering why they were biding their time so much, and they were just trying to put down just enough damage to try and get one of their, you know, first ults or what have you, and it started paying off because they were able to get one pick, two pick, and then it kind of snowballed from there. And they already had height, so all they had to do was just pile down onto the point. I mean, it was an interesting strategy that paid dividends, and they're off and rolling. And look at this. The rest of the team is just going to create that space. They've just got one back on the payload, and it should be easy cruising here up to this, at least halfway to this first point for the payload. So see just how well they're able to execute.
Definitely, and I don't think Ski was on Baptiste in the first round and kind of disappeared a little bit, but it's definitely amped up that game since. As an excellent job from the observers. Shout out on the back end for following this as maybe a little bit more confident. Obviously, we don't have a lot of background moving into this stream, but for me, it looks like he just seems a little bit more confident on this character.
No, absolutely. And look, he's just putting down the necessary damage, and they're rolling through this blue squad. Doing a great job and he's going to try and get a little deny here, but all in all, I mean, looks like a completely different Team Skulls.
It took a minute for them to really get on point, but once they have, it's been a matter of just control. Look at them having 4 ults as well to kind of work with, including the beatdown for Pants, so keep an eye on Lucio as well. When's the right time to kind of take down that wall, as 1 ult out, and not being able to do a whole lot of damage out of it. High Noon here from Optimal,
Oh,
looking
everybody
around, but not
scatters.
perfect job to get out of harm's way, but it doesn't matter, as it was almost like a bait out using High Noon in order to have them just play right into the hands of everybody else on this Team Skull squad, and they continue to move forward.
No, I love that, because you hear High Noon, you hear the hawk screech across the map, and all you're thinking about is, I could get one shot if I stay in this lane, and so you're worried about getting out of the way. And he didn't do anything necessarily with the damage from the ult, but boy, the mental, like, just kind of, it messes up your opponent. It makes it so they're not firing back, and the rest of his squad just went to town, and they continue to do so. That's 4 down. Diva Suit down. That's going to be 5. This is looking really, really good for Team Skulls.
I knew that the Team Skulls would come back with a fiery effort here, but they still have to get past this last stretch, which we all know is going to be the most difficult part of this map. So far, so good. Got to keep with it, though, as the respawns are going to try to all come out at once. As a quick wall there to try to keep things in check here, to keep them away from it. As they get closer and closer, Cryo able to hold off with the High Noon. But now another kill here, Ty coming through with the Reinhardt as well, but they trade off as Hookbait gets a couple from May. That huge wall and a couple of picks, that's a good combination.
Oh, that's going to be a really good shatter, putting down some damage and disabling the heroes for just a moment. And they do get pushed off here. They're going to have to retreat and regroup. 3 ults to their name, though, looking to move forward into the rest of this final push. Carmel doing a really good job, but that's a couple ults going down. That's going to do bomb. Nobody, only one going down, Ty, but that's the main tank. That's big. Here's High Noon again. Nobody going down to it. Still a solid, sustained push, though.
Yeah, got the Diva out of shell as well, which was huge in this last little bit, as they are able to get a couple of kills that last push. And now trying to hold Ryan off. That'll be the only bit of it. The 10-player kill streak comes out, and they didn't even need to use the beatdown from Pants, as round 1 going to be completed here in a great job and well-rounded effort here as Team Skull is looking for the bounce back. And did so with 2:35 remaining on the clock, too. Like I said here, Xander, it was all about finding that point first, which took them a little bit of time. But since then, once they got the push going on the payloads, it was just hands down wrecking through. Carmel High School able to hold off for a little bit, but it was inevitable the way that Schools is playing.
Oh, yeah, and it didn't even look like that payload stopped moving since they unlocked it. I mean, they just were sweeping through, and I loved the rotation of their ults in this game so far compared to game number 1, where they kind of all blew them all in one specific team fight and found themselves at a disadvantage when there were a couple ults still available and always ready for Carmel High School. They're able to really rotate them super duper well and get the other ones back up by the time they needed them again. And that's what really led them to just have a convincing push there.
It was. Ender now switching over to Farah, it looks like, which means a lot of long-range distance again. Hanzo played decently, but I'd like to see a little bit more. Going to go with that Mercy and Farah combination, always referred to as the Pharmacy, appropriately.
Of course,
The Farm Mercy, yes. And so lots of damage there. On the other end, you just have Optimal, really, is the only counter to that. Oh, also Winston on Diva, too, so maybe a little bit more. But expect to see if things don't go well here for Team Skulls, maybe a switch over to Soldier to try to take care of business and obviously target Mercy first and then try to take care of Ender, who can be so deadly on the Farah.
Yeah, and I hope that they recognize that in that sort of composition, you've got to focus the Mercy to take down that combination, because otherwise you're just firing into a health pool that will never be depleted. And it looks like they're already doing a good job of just trying to focus that down just a little bit. Nobody going down just yet. Nope, I say it right there, and that's going to be Ender on that Farah going down first. And that's just going to start to snowball the rest of the squad. 2 down for Carmel already. And that's a really strong hold for Team Skulls.
Yeah, Winston got up in their business for a bit there. And by Winston, I mean Diva.
Sure.
Just control the pace with a little bit of the boop action from obviously, when you have your tank there with D.Va, so able to do a little bit of damage in the meantime. Trying to hold off Carmel as they continue to press. A much more spread out approach on the attack from Carmel Esports compared to the Skull's form of attack.
And that kind of is to be expected with a pharmacy. They're going to be flying around doing their own thing. This is a good opportunity, but the ice wall coming up, and that was absolutely perfect. And actually, that might have been, yeah, that was such a good ice wall. I can't even believe that. He was looking dead to rights on 4 people, and that ice wall popping up just in the nick of time.
Well, we talked about Hookbait before he even began, how he's been in the Stay Plugged In platform for a while, and he is a top-notch player, so that is to be expected in a well-drawn-up play. There's no doubt about it. As now just holding off this Carmel High School esports push, looking much better than the first map, so obviously Hybrid playing into the favor of Schools much more than the control map we saw previously. As now it'll be Buzzkill trying to toss up to get a little bit of shield. To hold off on some damage control. The D.Va ult out, shield up, able to shield the entire team here, and now with the Earth Shatter, but not able to get much with it, but does do enough to hold off Carmel yet again.
That's going to be 1 going down, 2 to the Colt there, and that's going to be, wow, they're doing such a good job. Any seconds that they can shave off the clock here, it seems like it may be inevitable with 2/3 of the point being taken already, but any amount of time you can shave off the clock makes it so much harder on the back end to be able to sustain a big push, because you need somebody on the point basically all the time as that clock dwindles, and only a minute left to take the rest of this point, and this is going to be a very, very important fight for both squads.
Desperate now is Carmel High as they look to press in. They do get 1 pick, Hinder maybe another one, but there's FML able to get a bit, it looked like, and trying to get a kill on Hookbait, and that's a huge kill as well, as May will go down and right back into it. FML a few times with the D.Va ults, and they will finally get on points, and we'll have a reset on a little bit of time here. We'll have 3:14 to push. But remember, that's just the first little bit. You still have to take into consideration that last push on the last in that last point to point in order to try to get through. So mission accomplished for now, but gonna have to stay on points and make an impressive push here for me.
Oh, look at that, swapping out who's actually going to be on this point. And it's a blessing and a curse here with the decision to create space, because not only are you making it so they can't get to the payload necessarily and contest that push, but you're also putting yourself at a disadvantage for numbers, because you always have to have somebody back there to move the payload. So they don't want to be separating themselves too much. And this is going to be another great ice wall, and that's going to be... I mean, that's incredible. 2 shutdowns on that high noon, down an alleyway. I mean, this Hookbait is playing out of his mind for timing that perfectly.
Buzzkill had enough with that. You see Ender with the switch to Doomfist as well mid-round to try and get some momentum and maybe a little bit more of a tanky feel, or more of a, obviously not a tank, but more health, as it seemed like they were going down a little bit at a time, and that happened with this spread out approach. So the pharmacy done away with as Andrew switches over to the Doomfist and Lucio combo, which is a much better comp here. At least it looks like here in the first little bit.
Wow, and speaking of creating space, Skull's doing exactly that, just on the back end after they won that fight, and that's going to be beat going down for Carmel. That's 4 ults active at the same time, and it is going to be a good push for them. Team kill coming down for Carmel, and that's going to be the necessary amount of kills to most likely get them to this next point and add a little bit more time on that clock. I mean, that's a big win for them, but they did expend so many ults. Luckily for them, Team Skull's economy not looking much better on that front.
This is true. I just want to kind of backtrack to FML and the great timing. We go back and talk about the distraction necessary in order to make these happen. The Maywell again to deny Cryo. That's 3 times he's done that, but it doesn't matter because Ty is just taking care of business on the Rhine as well, moving forward and getting 2 picks. Regardless, Cryo has had enough with that wall. Jumps out, doesn't need the Deadeye. Instead, gonna just get a couple picks on his own.
Unbelievable stuff there. I mean, we're talking about how Hookbait's blocked that ult 3 times, but again, you know, maybe saving that wall resource for that specifically. And yes, a McCree ult can be a team fight ender, but during that time, once again, they're all worried about that ultimate, and both teams using it super duper well to basically cause a distraction for the rest of the squad in the neutral game to wipe out the rest of the squad. So, you know, Team Skull's looking for whatever they can get right now. They've got 4 ults available at the moment, 2 more impending, and this is a good opportunity for them to make a really strong stand at knocking some time off that clock.
Killing a lot of time. It's going to be a big difference here if it takes under a minute 30. As now, if it goes to overtime, so even if they make the press, they'll be down at least at a disadvantage here. The 5-player kill streak will maybe even confirm where it may not have to go to overtime, as that was good control there from the Lucio 2. The team kill is official, and it looks like Team Skull is going to drive that payload back just a little bit and try to hold the choke point.
And I'd love to, you know, talk to some pros or somebody that maybe knows the, you know, the analysis of the game and expending ults like that so kind of willy-nilly, because all 6 of them use their ults. I mean, now Lucio still having that beat, and that's going to be beat on the other end of things as well. But they used 5 ults in that last fight, and they're basically just sitting ducks here in this second one. And that's going to be, I mean, it was enough to knock off 30 seconds off that aggression, you know, off that clock. And even if they go to overtime, they're still going to have a huge advantage. But still, I mean, just a kind of a wild turn of events there for Team Skulls with that, getting the team kill and then turning around and immediately getting wiped. And this is going to be another final push for Carmel High School. They've got 23 seconds left on the clock, inches to go. And that's going to be a lot of the skulls dropping, and it's going to be enough.
It will be enough there. They will get to this one, although Winston had a last-ditch effort to throw out the D.Va ult. So did FML to kind of match that energy as well, and they will get to the points, or they will complete it to 3 with just a minute remaining on the clock. And so obviously an advantage here for Team Skulls, but an excellent effort as you saw Cryo just tear through some HP on that combination as Cassidy just continuously moving forward and just absolutely draining the Reinhardt and focusing them. I know May's been targeting Cassidy on Cryo and his ults, but it seemed like Cryo was returning the favor when we talk about the Reinhardts for Team Skulls. So excellent job to handle business and at least force the overtime. Yeah, you're at a disadvantage, but you have to do what you got to do to move this map forward.
Absolutely. And this is going to be Team Skulls to kind of set the pace for overtime. They've got 3 minutes and 21 seconds on the clock. Of course, you can't have less than a minute. So anytime that the blue squad here needed to get up to a minute, that time was also added to the Team Skulls. So they got a little bit of a bonus there by holding off a little bit longer. And so not 235, but bumped all the way up to that 321. This is a sizable advantage to move in here, but really it comes down to how well they can, or how quickly, or if they can take this first point.
Yeah, because Carmel High School was the team that struggled to get the point out of the two of these teams, and so getting on point quickly, they're gonna go just straight up the gut here, as the main wall will deny and try and push back. You saw Ender use that wall to try to trap out the Reinhardt to target him, but he will stay alive as Buzzkill doing a good job to do that, but now finally downed by, guess who? It's Cryo again, targeting that Reinhardt and doing a great job to melt that HP. Cryo again, the follow-up to Ty, a couple of picks. And it'll be Ty just trying to hold on to whatever shield is left here on point to try to defend some. But oh my goodness, it was optimal and hook bait with the show in order to hold them off.
Look at that. It's one team fight, and all of a sudden you're looking at 15 seconds left on the clock. They've got to hurry back to this point, or it is going to be a very easy move for Team Skulls to go ahead and take this 1 point in the 3 minutes allotted to them. We'll see if they can get on the point. That's already 2 down for Carmel High School, 3, and that's going to be no progression onto point number 1. An easy job that Skulls have made for themselves moving here forward. They don't have to do much.
I thought that main wall at the very end might have helped them out, but they're kind of doomed to begin with when the 15 seconds mark hits, because you can't group up at that point. You kind of have to get creative on how to get everybody who was just killed respawned and back on points. So you're actually at a disadvantage number-wise. So Carmel struggling there to try to get on points, and now how are you going to hold off this point for 3 minutes and 21 seconds, especially with how creative we saw Skulls with their ability to get up high in the buildings in order to try to give damage. it's going to be difficult to hold off for this 3 minutes.
Yeah, they can kind of take their time on this one. I don't even believe they need to get the full point. I believe they just need to get the first third of the point
That's
to take
correct.
it
Yep.
away. So really, I mean, they just need to push. It's one fight, one and done. Carmel High School on the ropes here in overtime, and Skulls looking really, really good. We'll see what kind of assault composition they want to go with here. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It seems like they've figured out the comp that they're looking for, and hookbait, of course, on that May, putting up those perfectly timed walls. Of course, they don't even really need the walls, because if it gets to an ultimate situation, I mean, it may.
Oh, there it is.
The rest of the squad doing a really, really good job to back the rest of that up. So here we go.
Someone say that joke was a buzzkill. As they look to hold off this point, I feel like if Carmel gets a couple of holds here, then we might be talking about different, because it could be a difficult situation. You kind of get in that loop, but look at them already on points here and contesting. Well, the Diva will go out of mech, and now Optimal Winston get the kill, and that should do it. Excellent job. They will get that tick, and that will be the second map as they tie things up at 1.
Well, well, well. Skulls have come to play. Yeah. I love to see that. I mean, I was talking about that with Kings Row. They had such a clean game plan, and it really came down to how quickly they were able to finish off that first round to 3, giving themselves the advantage, and boy, it made a huge difference.
And I like the direct approach as well, because you saw them. You saw Team Skull. It's the first time around, obviously, with the building and kind of tiptoeing around and trying to find a spot and right time to attack. I thought it was a good strategy from Skulls to jump on the point early with almost like an overwhelming presence, rather than going back to the tiptoeing around and trying to find the right time to strike. Because if you get denied from Carmel High School Esports, which is very possible with their skill level and their ability to attack, you get in this endless loop of, we didn't get it this time, let's group up again, let's try again, right? And then you start getting in your own head sometimes whenever they're able to hold it off first. So that was huge that they were able to get on point. I know they had the advantage, 3 minutes and 21 seconds to work with versus the 1 minute that Carmel had, but it's still good to kind of get it over with quickly in that first fight, rather than jumping into that mental circle and cycle that some teams tend to fall into. Skull's not actually falling into that pit here. So great job for them to hold off in a tie ball game here, Xander. So who do you have now that we've seen these first 2 maps play out? Your assessment.
I mean, conversely, on the other side of that, with Carmel, they needed to win fight after fight after fight. They really just they couldn't afford to lose anything because of the amount of ticking onto that point that was necessary for Skulls to take the victory. So they needed to play perfectly for 3 minutes, and that can wear on you even in that first fight. So I think Skulls, both with the momentum and even if they were to lose that first fight, I think in the back of Carmel's mind, they know that they needed to fight perfectly from there on out, even if they get a convincing first win. So interesting. I don't know who I have for this second one. I mean, Skulls looked so good in game number 2. Carmel looked so good in game number 1. I gotta say, though, it was a slight economy sort of situation that I think maybe the Skulls fell back into near the end of round number 2. It ended up giving them a little bit more time in overtime, but if I had to say, I would say Carmel with their ult economy looked really, really good in game number 1. And if the Skulls fall into that trap of overusing ultimates, then it's going to be their downfall, and I've got Carmel.
Awesome. Well, I actually agree. I wish we could sit here and kind of butt heads. It'd be better for content, but I granted, Skulls, excellent job on Kings Row, right? Carmel High School, though, that points that they had to take at the very beginning was kind of their downfall, right? For whatever reason, maybe the control didn't seem to be a problem, which is really weird to me. But at the same time, we go into Oasis, the true escort, right? Not the hybrid. And I feel like when they got going, when Carmel Esports really knows how to, Carmel High rather, they know how to play on point, right? And keep the payload moving. Whenever they're on payload, they tend to I think that's when that ult economy you're talking about really comes in handy. And I think they've done an excellent job whenever they got the payload moving and controlling it from a defensive standpoint as well. So you take into consideration that that's the only thing you really have to worry about here on Escort. I think it favors them too. So two different point of views, but the same conclusion here. So it's up to Skulls to try to kind of go up against us and prove us wrong.
I will say the Skulls looked so good in their first round of King's Row that if they're able to do that again, they're going to wipe the floor. But it really comes down to if they're able to hold up to that level of play to really keep Carmel High School on their back foot. Carmel, I feel like, had the overall better neutral game, though. So it really will come down to how both teams are feeling. I think it maybe will come down to kind of the momentum in the mental game here, knowing that it is a tiebreaker. And if they don't win this, then they very well will just be out of the running with a already 1-0 team Shamans sitting there waiting for round number 3.
Definitely. So now with the Escort in mind, it'll depend on the map choice here. We'll get to that momentarily. I think the open space really favors the pharmacy, and for me, Carmel Esports wanted to run it. I don't think it was the time to do it in that first little bit at King's Row. As they picked their points consistently, I would argue Team Skulls did, found that solution very quickly, because there's not a whole lot of open space. There is, but you have statues in the way, buildings in the way consistently. If we're on a map like Dorado or Oasis, which I believe may be the case here, we'll double check and see, you have a lot of more open space to work with, and they like to run that combination, as do a lot of teams. But when it's something that you practice consistently, you want to see it come to life, right? Which also might favor them too. That being said, I don't really have any background on Skulls. Maybe they run the same thing and find the same success, and it's a matter of who runs it better.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like both squads looking for a huge high noon ultimate, and both squads very keyed into when that ultimate is coming out for the other team. And so nobody's really been able to get some like huge convincing team kill with that. But the rest of the squad doing a really great job of cleaning everything up. I just want to see one. I want to see one that just decimates the entire squad. And with some of those maps that you've mentioned, there are definitely some kind of sneaky places that they can come around from while the rest of the team is distracted. So we'll see. It does seem like it's going to take a very surprise element to get off one of those giant hits. But the tanks so far have been just kind of the kings of this match so far.
Definitely. I agree with that completely as well. I like the May play as well from Hookbait. I wonder if that's going to continue, if it's going to be on a map that favors that too. But I don't really think it matters. Any character, really any hero that Hookbait likes to play, he'll be brilliant with it. He's just a smart player all around, so you kind of have to catch him sleeping if you pick him off first. He's such a great use. His use of utility, second to none. Very solid. So if you're able to take him off and then you lack that support for Team Skulls, then you really have an advantage. So, I mean, that's yet to be seen here, as Rialto will be the scene for this last push for Escort. So a little bit of the empty space reminds me a little bit of Dorado as well, one of the newer maps, to some degree, right? It's been around for a while now, but still a lot of open space to work with. Maybe not as much as an Oasis or as much as a Dorado, but still no combination for the pharmacy here as expected.
Interestingly enough, we don't see this map played very much on a lot of our circuits. So this will be curious to see, how these teams approach this map specifically, because I don't know necessarily if many teams practice this knowing that there's like a few other favorite maps that people generally like to pick. But if the bans were where they were, and here we are on Rialto, I think that Team Skulls has a really good opportunity to open up with a really strong push because of the way that they performed on King's Row in that particular hybrid kind of escort situation that they had.
The tie 1-2-3 and buzzkill battle of the Reinhardts has been interesting to watch for me as well. I know we give so much love to DPS and support as they're obviously a major part of it. But those main tanks, crucially important. Timing on your shield and making sure that you have it when you need it, and the appropriate time to strike, whether it be with the Earth Shatter or otherwise. Really important, and right now I think winning the battle has been Buzzkill over the first 2 maps. We'll see if Ty can kind of match that too, and play into it. Hookbait, not surprised, going with the Symmetra here. Another player where you have to have that intelligence, maybe some portals as well to begin things. Keep an eye out on Hookbait as always.
Yeah, it's generally a really good opportunity. I think it's going to be a great play here, especially if it's just coming through a bunch of different little avenues. There's places to set up those turrets and really just make it kind of a ambush situation. So it seems so far that that's exactly kind of what they're looking to do. That's going to be 3 members, though, already down for Carmel. And Skulls, though they lost their tank early on, it didn't hinder them too much because there was enough space created early from the rest of the squad, and they are off and cruising.
Another High Noon. Only going to connect on one is Optimal, but jumps out.
Oh!
Actually got the mech as well, gets the double kill there. In addition, I was just waiting for it to happen because I knew it was inevitable. It was just a matter of when, so they will take care of business again. Team kill out again for Team Skulls.
Hello, who needs the High Noon when you've got that crispy shot?
Aim second to none, I will argue that. It was. It was. But now we have a High Noon the other way. As you see, now it's Cryo's chance to maybe pop up. And Hookbait doesn't have the wall either, the ice wall from A, in order to block it. So this time, maybe a little bit successful. We'll have to see.
There are a lot of corridors in this map, though. Not so much wide open, so maybe it can go both ways. Lots of places to hide as a McCree and lots of places to hide when that hawk comes screeching.
Yeah, Buzzkill did a great job to kind of damage control there, or crowd control rather, as he jumped into the business and then somehow jumped out really quickly and got the shield up, and of course the heals came through as well. As now Pants transition to Lucio, has the beatdown, but waiting for a couple more ults to develop as it doesn't really pair well with the Winston. Here's the chance for Cryo, does get one on that and able to allow AMGM to jump up and get ski as well. Cryo another kill. And so really, you know, after the High Noons, it seems like they jump in afterwards, and that's where they do a majority of their damage.
Honestly, even if you're just getting one, he's waiting for that circle to close. Even if you just get one, it can be a huge swing to the fight. And especially because he got the DPS player there and taking Optimal down, all of a sudden that fight starts looking really, really good for your squad because your DPS has just been completely cut in half.
Karma going to back away from Bridge now, as it'll be Ty trying to get a couple of connections, at least take a little bit of damage there from the push out. As FNL having to backtrack here, the team's trying to play through the hallway, as Building now will be taking control of your Optimal again with the High Noon already. It seems like just yesterday or just a second ago, you know, he had that in it, back at it again. Winston able to get a kill and pick that one up here for Team Skulls. As now the action coming through, Earth Shatter gonna get a couple with the charge, but not a whole lot of damage done here as the back and forth trades continue. Winston gonna take out AMEM as well, and now as they push forward, Hookbait gets a kill from one of the turrets too. One of the unsung heroes here of this battle. LB Skulls back on top.
Boy, man, Ty123 had such a good block of that ultimate. I mean, they didn't need any sort of May or anything like that when basically just fired right into that big old shield. But then again, like you were talking about, that's just the start of the fight. You throw out that High Noon, see if you can get an easy pick. If not, the Nutra game comes into play, and they're just laying down the damage with the rest of the squad, and they're able to push forward just a little bit more for it. That's going to be a bomb, but it's going to be a little bit of out of position, and that's going to be a couple members going down for just about, yeah, the Skulls losing 2, and that was going to be the beat protecting the remaining members of that Carmel squad, and they're going to create that space and push back what is left of Team Skulls. And they're trying to stay alive as best as they can because they don't want to be rotating those spawns as, you know, they start going down in sort of waves. Not doing a really good job staying alive, though, and they're going to be able to push back in here with a couple different ultimates.
Yeah, Archway is a strong point of this Carmel High School defense. As you can tell, them holding off consistently. But now the Diva ult pushing through. Optimal able to get them at least one. FML on the distraction as well. Jukin comes through and takes out Hookbait too before they can even get the teleporter down. But that being said, it's still the show of Optimal and Winston who control the points and will push forward yet again, already through 2 points, 5 on the payload as they push forward quickly.
That was such an important spot to be able to push through because it's such a small little area. And now they're into the final push, the final straightaway here. And Reinhardt going to be able to just hang out on the side of this and do whatever he can. That's going to be a huge shatter, but no damage really being able to get put down right now.
It was just excellent timing. Sorry to cut you off there, but no. Pants with the beatdown, perfect timing with that ult. We talked about ult economy, and that's how you use it. That's how you time it, right? Because the Earth Shatter, he heard it before it was going down. He saw him in action. Heard the cue, and before they could hit the grounds and get the Earth Shatter off, Pants had already hit his ult as well to counter that. That's why no damage was taken there from Team Skulls. Excellent play by Pants.
Beautiful beat. I mean, I was wondering what was going on there. All members of Carmel on the ground, but their bodies just glowing. And that's because they had that wonderful protection. Cryo going down to the high noon. That's going to be a pretty big ice storm here coming down. And that's going to be Ender trying to just push back a little bit of this Skull squad. It is kind of 1-for-1, a really scrappy fight. Not much headway being gained from either squad, despite many ults being used. And that's going to be trying to take out that Mei, but a perfect Icicle going down. And it just continues. This is chaos. Finally, remember, Tai123 going down, the beat going down. That's going to be a Skull squad fully shielded. Amy Yam going down as well. And they're just, I can't believe how long this fight's going on. And finally, it starts to drop.
Finally tearing down. My apologies, it was actually Yakun on the Carmel High School Esports with that play on the beatdown rather than that, but rather than Pants. But now the push comes through as they're just that 0.47 away from getting across, and those final kills will push them through. And with just 33 seconds remaining, they will get the full length of this map here, as they did a great job to control pace, control the archways too. Carmel High School did a great job to hold off for the time being, but not quite able to accomplish holding off that last point.
Yeah, I mean, setting the tone, despite being down to 33 seconds, setting the tone with 3 points is really, really big. And it makes it so that Carmel has to get there and to send it to overtime to have a chance to move forward in this round robin sort of bracket that we have going on. This is a really big moment. Obviously, Carmel knows what's at stake here, already losing to the first squad we had, the Shamans. And they got to put it all on the line here. Big aggression.
They do. They've been, hanging on and hanging on. Made this a battle. They definitely didn't go anywhere. And the experience gained from playing such high-level skilled players too. As a high school esports program, sometimes it's difficult to come in with a lot of talents. But the advantage is you get coaching, you get some guidance along the way, you build your skills, and to take on teams like the two that they've seen today has been an excellent learning experience for them as they look to try to keep their chances alive here. Not quite doing themselves any favors by already being at the 1-1 mark after dropping 0-2 in the first one. But listen, they're going to try and battle through and see if they can get this championship and keep their hopes alive as they begin on the attack.
No, absolutely. Win or lose, you gain a lot of valuable experience, just being able to play in these situations, playing on, not a physical stage, but a virtual stage here in this instance. And, getting to be on stream, getting casted, they're gaining valuable experience for their competitive careers moving forward, and that's going to be an early push being able to get made by Carmel. That's a really good start here because they can only build that clock as they move forward into these additional points.
Yeah, Cryo and Tai, I want to first say that they got a couple kills there on the tail end, but I have to favor FML on that one because that was what the point of view that we got to see, and FML just absolutely pesky. And every time they make the adjustment with the shots to keep Diva's machine gun on the opponents, it just seems like it snaps there, like it's almost natural reading the play, because everything develops so fast. But a shout out to FML on his ability to just put on damage and just be pesky against Team Skulls. That was excellent. And as they continue, a boop there from Yakun as they're able to push them into the river. Great play there too. Ender unfortunately falling off themselves though. We didn't see that though. It's fine.
I mean, as a Lucio,
well.
you're always looking for the opportunity to embarrass someone. You don't get very many opportunities to deal a lot of damage, but when you can boop somebody off the map, chef's kiss. Mwah.
Excellent. It goes a long way to kind of shatter the confidence of your opponent as well.
Absolutely. And then you call it out to your squad, and you're like, guys, I just booped somebody off the map. Everybody's starting to feel good. You start rolling with that. It's a huge mental builder. Gives you a lot of morale, and this seems to be working so far. This Carmel squad is rolling.
We got the Ilios map too, or round 2. That one is so much fun. Just to get multiple kills there. 5-player kill streak though, as it has been an excellent run here for Carmel High School to start things off. So they want to keep alive. It was very apparent in map 1 and continues to be the case here. Moving forward here as they try to fly out with the Cassidy. But unable to accomplish much. The fire strike not going to connect either for Buzzkill, as he will go down because of it. As they push forward themselves from Carmel High, they continue to just press in, and a great shot from Yakun to continue to be that presence and knowing when to boost speed, when to boost heal has been excellent on the Lucio.
That was a great assist there, recognizing that his tank was flying off with the other tank, giving a little bit of extra damage to bust that suit. And that's going to be Buzzkill finally going down, or Cryo finally going down, but the rest of his squad looking really healthy as members of Skull start to drop. And this clock is looking healthy as well, as they are pushing ever so closer to that second point and adding a nice chunk of clock for their efforts.
Oh, Ty going to use that last little bits of the, I think it was the Lucio ult in order to escape harm as they jumped in with a charge. Fire strike and then tried to bail out but got trapped, but it didn't matter because of the great timing yet again. As Yakun has been excellent. We saw that excellent play with the timed beatdown on the last map and continues to just do some great work. And if you're playing well with a hero, whether it be your best hero or not, you just got to keep rolling with it. And I think that's been great decision making from Carmel.
Something I did love to see there from Skulls was, despite there being just barely any left necessary to get to that second point, they kept putting their bodies on the line to absolutely deny any movement on that. As you saw the May just sitting in their little stalactite form, and they just kind of making sure that they were able to get that. Burning more clock. That's seems to be their main goal. It seems like they know that it may be inevitable that Carmel pushes all the way to the final, but they're really just looking to deny any time that they can. And there's going to be a little bit of assist here. That's going to be Buzzkill going down. One member, Buzzkill, only member down. It's going to be a 5v5. Currently still 3 ultimates up for both squads at the moment. We'll see just how they're able to utilize it moving forward. That's going to be a nice little tactical retreat from Team Skulls. But again, they're also just giving space. And that's going to be that classic wall that we've seen. Bomb coming out. Nobody going down to it. That's the Shatter and the Lucio ult and the High Noon. Team Skull's looking to come back in spades, but really not getting much. Only 3 down so far, but it may be enough to hold off Team Carmel just a little bit longer.
Oh my, I didn't know how Cryo got away from that one, but it didn't matter as they will tear through eventually. As now it'll be Team Skull is able to hold on for the time being in almost the exact same spot and exact same time that they were able to reciprocate. So excellent job to hold off for the time being. I saw a couple of big plays there, one by Ty. I used to be a Ryan main myself, and as a main tank, extending, finding a hallway, being sneaky with Reinhardt is very difficult to do. So when you're able to get that pick on a charge and push them back towards your team in an extended fashion too, so you can get damage before they're able to reiterate anything, that was impressive to me. And of course now hook bait another big call that I have to kind of shout out on that wall that he's continuously just pestered Cryo with.
Oh my gosh, huge ultimate from Hookbait there. And I just don't get it. When it looks like Carmel High School is going to walk in with 4 minutes on the clock, again, we've got a scrappy Skulls team winning fight after fight, knocking more seconds off that clock, and all of a sudden they only have 1 minute and 35 seconds left to go, and they may not even get this third point now, looking at the way that the Skulls are fighting. It's a completely different story than I was thinking 3 minutes ago, the way that Carmel was pushing.
In such a similar fashion of King's Row and most of the escort or hybrid maps, it's that very last push, because you get closer and closer to that respawn that is close to the actual pathway itself. And because of that, when you can group up quickly and you're able to hold off with these perfectly timed ults, it has been super, super fruitful for Team Skulls as they push down to 1 minute left on this clock.
This is an unbelievable last-ditch effort from Skulls to deny this third point, and they just keep finding ways to win these team fights, and the damage going down from all members and their ability to stay alive. This is what I was talking about. When the Team Skulls start rotating their ultimates right, it really starts looking dangerous for Carmel High School. And so far, the last 2 minutes, that's been the case. That's going to be a beat going down for that Skull squad, and three members already. Tie 1, 2, 3 going down as well. This is going to be another stop here, and Carmel High School is running out of time.
Yeah, Lucio down, and that's when he knew that the fight was over. A couple down to begin with. Well, that's not a good look for Carmel, as, you know, they kind of got pushed off the point a little bit. A valiant effort here for Carmel High School, and they will have one more chance to make this push. It's an Earthshatter to try to get on, but they have 3 seconds to do so. But Ty tearing through a couple of them. Yakun with the boop as well, and we have ourselves overtime as they almost get the team kill as well. Trying to make sure it happens is Evnel, as they push through and they're able to get the point at the very last second. And it's just about even ground. As close as that was, Xander, they are fighting to the death.
I can't believe they got that. If you could see my face right now, my mouth is agape. That was incredible, the way that they finally were able to sneak through. I thought for sure they were just going to run out of time, but they, lo and behold, got enough kills, pushed around, and dashed to that point, and they're moving to overtime. My goodness.
You heard my tone. I was wrapping things up, and Carmel said, wait, hold that thought.
I think the game thought that they were out of time as well, and it kind of switched to a weird screen where we kind of all assumed that maybe they didn't get there in time, but all of a sudden there's 3-4 members on that point. They push over to overtime, and there's nobody left to stop them. That was insane.
Yeah, I mean, utilizing Ryan's ability to push with the charge onto points and then being able to pull up that shield. Ryan has always been such an effective hero. I don't think he's going anywhere. He'll always be used until the end of time, especially on these hybrid and in this case, just escort maps. Constant use of utility, and they did it well too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, your ability to shield all of your teammates, and a moving shield at that, and a giant shield at that, and a strong shield at that. And then your ability to use your ultimate and disable anybody on the ground in front of you, your ability to be mobile with your dash. I mean, so they're using all of these facets of this hero correctly. And wow.
Including the shield, Xander, by the way, with Ryan, the timing, because obviously your shield dies down, you know, on health, so you have to bring it down in order to get the shields back up to a place where it's not broken, and they have the right timing. I don't know how they keep shields up for so long. That's always been such a difficult thing to do, but they handle so well at this level. I've been super impressed from both of the teams in those regards. FML a bit of a trap here, as FML able to break through, get one. Pesky again, as they run into the face of Winston, wins the D.Va battle here. It'll be Carmel Esports right on the payload to continue to push forward and build off what they did in the last round.
And you know what? That fight was started all because of a perfect May wall to separate Buzzkill from the rest of his squad. He was left shielding nobody with an ice wall to his back, and the rest, all 6 members of Carmel High School, just got to lay into him, and it was basically a free pick. It was a perfectly placed wall, and they get a little bit of movement here moving forward. They're not going to get to add any time in overtime, but boy, they get to create some space, and they get the first point for it.
First point was huge, and part of that was Ty actually got 2 on the Fire Strike. I don't know if you noticed that.
No.
Impressive use of the Fire Strike as the entire team really just draining them down, especially Cryo. The opposite, Cassidy, as you see. High Noon going to take out 1, though, as we move forward into the hold of Skulls. Buzzkill will get 1 as well, just with the swing and a hit. Cryo does get 1, but back and forth, they'll push him off the points. And so 50.30 the meter mark here to try and beat as they do get the first points. But that's, I mean, 1:39 to work with, in the way that Skulls has been able to push. I don't know if that's enough.
It's hard to say. Now that we've called it for Carmel, at least in the beginning of the game, Skulls has done an incredible job, really coming into that kind of beast mode that I was talking about, that Carmel was going to have a lot of difficulty managing if those ultimates came into play and they're able to rotate them. Min and 30 seconds on the clock, you don't have a lot of time to be able to build up those ultimates and then rotate through them effectively. It's really going to come down to do or die, but if they're able to get on that point and stay on that point and rotate those ultimates, that overtime will never tick down until you're completely off the point. So, minute 30 seconds can be as long as they need it to be.
Shout out to the Observer for watching us watch Yaku destroy this trash can. They'll look to metaphorically do that as well from their eyes.
From their eyes.
Of course. Want to make that very clear.
Yeah.
Trying to hold off because Skulls have been no signs of trash. They have been absolutely disgustingly good. We'll see if they continue that here with their push onto the payload right off the bats. And this corner hold is going to be ever so important for Carmel High School, as they tend to be pushed back here a little bit. The main wall will block off Bance, who is trying to get and heal the Reinhardt, who will be taken out perhaps. No, still alive for the time being.
Goodness.
And Optimal able to get a kill as well. They're pushing forward. Cryo gets 1 on Buzzkill finally. But it was so much time and so much push here from Skulls to begin things off. But it'll be basically even here at the payload.
I mean, the way the Buzzkill was able to stay alive that amount of time, it really drained the resources and damage from that Carmel High School squad and is giving the Skulls an opportunity for this big push. And now they're moving up. They're going to be able to get all the way up to probably this next archway before any real team contest comes from Carmel. And that's looking into dangerous territory.
Yeah, at the same time, Skulls, I mean, getting this first point is the easy parts. I would argue. It's not going to be mega easy, but typically it is. So we'll see if they can hold true. Winston on the backside just draining out Carmel, who has no idea that he's there. And in fact, will toss out the Diva ult as well and get a couple of kills here too. And then they just tear through. As yes, just 2 on the ult, but they follow up with a team kill here, and they will get first points, and it will be at the point where it will be overtime. And so this is where the conversation happens. Now is 50.3 enough?
I think 50.3 will not be enough depending on how these ultimates get utilized here in this next fight. That's only 1 going down, but it's Hookbait. Hookbait's been such a linchpin on this team. And that's going to be CHS Carmel pushing everybody off the point. They got a little bit too excited, only leaving 1 back, and they were able to push back around and take out that singular person while the rest of the Skulls were taken. Oh my goodness, Carmel. The fight in this squad.
It was enough. 50.3 was enough because of that last push and being able to take them off. Oh my goodness. Excellent job to win this one. They get the best of 3 victory, and that's how you hold off, because in that instance, on that map, the first time around on the attack and getting down to 3 seconds left, hopping on point, being able to push it that last little bit, and then sticking with it and getting just enough on your attack and holding off the very end. Excellent heart shown here from Carmel High School Esports, as their Overwatch team has come to impress. They may have dropped 0-2 in the first map, but they came to play a 2-1. I just don't know if it'll be enough, as all teams so far will be pretty even. And we're looking on to the next one too. Carmel Esports holding off and staying alive. Super impressed with that one. Xander, your final thoughts?
Carmel High School did what they could there after going down 0-2 to Shamans. They're just going to basically, it's out of their hands. Their gameplay here in this tournament is going to be coming to an end. And so they've put their best foot forward. Will it be enough? It'll be hard to say. It comes down to whether or not Skulls is going to be able to take down that Shaman squad. And if they're going to be able to do it in a convincing fashion, because we'll go to tiebreaker, game differential, all that sorts of stuff. And it's really going to come down to it. I think Carmel really started to come into their own there at the end, and they got a win for it. Skulls need to move forward, and they got to take down this Shaman squad. Otherwise, it's going to be all Shaman.
Exactly right. Shamans could get to 2-0. Skulls, all the implications that that are going to be eyeballed from Carmel High School, all to be coming at you after this break. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Overwatch portion of the Bendix Showcase here on the Stay Plugged In Network. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Bendix Showcase here on the Stay Plugged In Network alongside Zombie Xander. My name is Bearlight, and the last match to determine who is going to be the champion of Overwatch between the two teams in charge of doing just that. Going to be exciting one here as we just saw Carmel High School pull off an inch out a win 2-1 over Skulls, but Skulls did just enough to be part of this equation as they'll face off with Team Shamans. Talk a little bit about the implications of this next matchup, Zombie.
Yes, so while we were on that short break, we looked at the tiebreaker scenarios for if Team Skulls was able to come out with a victory. And one of our first differentials that we look at is game differentials. And it turns out that Carmel High School, with their 0-2 loss to Team Shaman, put them in a kind of a tough situation. And even though they were able to eke out that win against Team Skulls, they're still at a -1 game differential. And then Team Skulls obviously already only playing that one game with a -1 game differential, and Shaman with that 2-0 victory with +2. So Team Skulls, if they're able to 2-0 victory over Team Shaman, they will be our champions. But if Team Shamans is able to take a single map off of Team Skulls, they will be the ones moving forward and being crowned. So we will be playing on a knife's edge here. Team Skulls not able to make any mistakes.
Exactly. You have to come out to a quick start if your Team Skulls, because if Shamans wins this one, it's all over. We'll call it not to play out this series. Instead, it'll be called as a Team Shamans win. And it'll be all based here on Lijiang Towers, the control map here to start things off, as Team Skulls struggled a little bit against Carmel High School when we talked about Nepal in that control map. So hoping to do a little bit better and perform. Otherwise, if Shamans is able to run the table here, they'll be able to get come away with the victory. I want to shout out Carmel High School Esports Overwatch, though, as their team hung in and won that last one. Got a lot of great airtime, and a quick reminder that Stay Plugged In is all about making yourself shine in front of the college recruiters. And I think FML did a great job. I think Ender did a great job. Yakun also making a case for support as well. Cryo, Ty on main support. Amyam did a great job too. All 6 of those players definitely made a case as to why they should be at least part of the conversation when it comes to collegiate Overwatch.
Absolutely. They showed the resolve, after going down early and then getting wiped a number of times on that final map and being able to push forward and send it over to overtime. The way that they continued and finally just got that one fight that made sense for them, and then getting a decent enough push on that payload to make a case for themselves and stop Team Skulls. I mean, great resolve there. And now it's going to be Team Skulls facing off against Team Shamans, and it's going to be really, really important for Team Skulls, as we said before, to come out really swinging because it's do or die, and they seem to be doing so far with a really nice first push here onto the point.
That was an excellent push, especially when we talk about Ted's cousin, who won the Overwatch competition in Boston with the Stay Plugged In event at Helix, just outside of Patriots Point, where the Patriots play in Foxborough, Massachusetts. Really good performance from Ted's cousin there, as he performed really well. And, that was an impressive job to hold them off from Team Skulls, who looks to have a great start. But Ted's cousin part of the equation here, as Macabre able to get 1-2 and on the points and contesting now, as they are able to take care of business with the team kill and an excellent push back, and a clap back, you would call it, for Team Shamans.
Absolutely, I'd call it a clapback, and they are able to put down that teleporter there too as well, so that's going to give them a little bit more leeway for further pushes if they continue to stay on that and utilize that a little bit more. Maybe their deaths won't be as impactful, or detrimental rather, but we'll see, as Team Skulls is going to be attempting their retake. One ult going down here already. Platypigoose going down to Ted's cousin. This is a really nice effort, and really only one ult being used by this Team Skulls squad. Optimal getting taken down, and this is a really nice retake. This is just going to be going back and forth, it looks like.
Oh, you know it's going to be the case, dude. All sorts of talent in this one. A Shamans, just to put it bluntly, with a lot of Masters and Grandmasters, and then a few Masters, as we saw from Team Skulls as well. A couple Grandmasters, rather. Buzzkill, a Grandmaster on that main tank, and actually both tanks. No wonder they have such good control. They may have dropped to Carmel High School, but Skulls with the two deadly tanks at Grandmaster at one of the highest ranks, of course. The highest rank, minus top 500. That you can go in Overwatch. So just incredible tank work is going to be shown and has been already.
Yeah, and you know, we told these players before we hopped into this lobby what was at stake and the kind of the win condition that they needed to meet in order to move forward and be one of the one of the champions, or the champion, I should say.
Yeah.
And so they know. I mean, Team Skulls knows that they're unable to drop a map if they want to be the victors. And so far, I mean, hanging in there really, really strong with a squad that 2-0'd a team that they were only able to that they lost to. So, you know, that might be in the back of their minds a little bit, but so far it doesn't seem to look like it, despite a couple members from Team Skulls going down here. 2-3, nice hold from Team Shamans, and it's going to start getting into a scary situation as that ticks ever closer to 100%.
Yeah, 2/3 accomplished for both sides. But that being said, yeah, a good hold off here for Team Shamans as they look to continue to build and keep into the equation now. But a pressing Earth Shatter here from Ted's cousin. Well timed there, and lots of damage going off of everybody, basically. For Team Skulls, they'll have to backtrack, a couple taken out eventually. But a good job to hold in there and not a whole lot lost, even though finally they break through, and that'll do it for this first side, as it will be Team Shamans that win and get that 1-0 advantage here in this first map.
There's a lot of really good things that Team Skulls can take away on how they were able to both retake and hold that point in a number of situations. But, you know, a couple of those situations from Team Shamans, the ult usage, the neutral game, and really those last 3 fights, I think, really set the tone for that overall victory to give that first point going over to Team Shamans. Now, Skulls back against the ropes. They need this round number 2.
They need it desperately, otherwise it's over, right? So this is could
right.
potentially be the last push here, as they will try to move themselves into building, into the front side post as they look to press through, but a good hold, strong points, but maybe a little bit of too far forward was Buzzkill, a rare mistake there as he jumped into the mix and wasn't able to get the support they needed. And now with the main take down, this might be a good opportunity for Shaman to get a big chunk out of this percentage as they continue to move forward into this one, but still holding off in a back and forth just like we saw in the first segment.
There we go, and that's 2 big picks here for Team Skulls, and they need to jump out to an early lead. But honestly, that's going to be a sneaky little point being taken away, and they're going to just get, you know, just a little chip damage there on that percentage before it will be held. Nope, there we go. Finally switching over to Team Skulls with their numbers advantage, and they're going to be niffed here with this Junkrat just laying down whatever damage he can from that top kind of pedestal area. And it's going to be able to be enough to push Team Skulls off the point just a little bit. Not entirely, though. Really, really strong hold here. And that's going to be what needs to be happening moving forward for this Skulls squad.
Noixon's doing a great job on Symmetra right now as well, trying to reciprocate that is optimal on the other end of things, as they have regained the points and will tick up to about a 1/3 taken. As now pushing to try and get that hold through the main way, as now a gravity pull. You see the Zarya with the ability to catch a couple there, as Hookbait will be able to get one with the tire, but not a whole lot done, especially when we talk about Junkrat's tire and how effective it can be. 1 kill, I mean, it'll hold on off for now, but wanted more, but now they're pushing in to get more. The ult just kind of a catalyst here for Hookbait.
That's really just so perfect. It's really the ideal situation if you're able to pick off a member of Team Shamans on the tail end of a fight to stagger those respawns. It makes it take even longer for them to regroup to full strength. And this is just going to be Team Shamans pushing in, knowing they're running out of time on this percentage as it ticks over 70. And that's going to be another big movement here. Oh my gosh. I mean, Buzzkill finally going down, Hookbait finally going down, and this is going to start tipping in favor of Team Shamans, but, you know, Team Skulls has a decent enough lead that they may be able to hold on to this for just a little bit longer. None of them are really going down after those initial deaths, though. Solid job by Skulls to stick around.
Yeah, Gravity Flux off the bat really helped them take that point, used it as really an initiator, as it typically has been. So an excellent recognition on the time to push there, because they were being held off for a while, but now they're in control of the point. I would not say full control here, though, as we've seen Team Skulls and their ability to push in the past against Carmel High School in the last one, and will continue to try to do that. Although they dropped that series, they looked really good doing it. As Nif getting this wheel off, trying to get behind him. The pull as well, and Noixon's able to get a few. And Ted's Cousins follows up that effort as well, and they tick up to about 50% with just an absolute use of utility there.
I mean, lots of ults going down, but absolutely perfect scenario. If you're able to use just about 3 of your ultimates to get what looked like an entire team kill, I mean, you need every bit of that if you're Team Shaman, because there isn't much left on timing, and that's going to be a great shatter. And Ted's Cousin absolutely tearing through everybody from Team Skulls, and they're getting up to 70%. They're making such a great case for themselves to be our champions as they push forward here and create a little bit more space and push themselves closer to that absolute victory.
Any colleges watching, Ted's Cousin would be an absolute asset to your team. Hookbait does get a couple back here with the tire, but I mean, look back at Ted's Cousin and his ability to get 3 on the Fire Strike after the Earth Shatter was ridiculous, and just stuck with it, tore through, and just did so much damage, and now they're up to 93%, moving towards the tail end of the standard.
Oh my gosh, but then there's the retake from Team Skulls. This is the moment that the Skulls are waiting for. They're going to have people trickling in, and if they're able to eliminate them as they come in, they're going to be moving over to a 3rd round, but it's not set in stone yet. Beat going down for the members of Team Shaman, and that's going to make them a lot harder to kill. 2 members down for Team Skulls already. That's a 3rd Buzzkill dropping. Mies, that's going to be Shaman's
way.
Possibly with the retake.
No way. Mr. Badjo sticking with it with a great Zarya play on the gravity wall we saw earlier, and able to pull some through. Back on point to the 99 on the retake. The 5-player kill streak will confirm it, and Shamans, your Overwatch champions for the Bendix Showcase. Excellent effort here from this squad.
Unbelievable. Let's take a look at this play of the game. You know it was Ted's Cousin.
Yep. It had to be. What a play here. This will be the Earth Shatter, no doubt. Watch this again. And the Fire Strike swinging away. Fire Strike there at the end. That was just impressive work.
Unbelievable. He got right in down the line, and it just absolutely crushed 3 members after that perfect shatter. Oh my gosh. What a job by Team Shamans. They set the tone for themselves, giving themselves a little bit of room there with that 2-0 victory over Carmel High School in that first matchup, and then able only to need 1 game there against Team Skulls with such a convincing win over that Carmel squad. And that game was the nail in the coffin. They are going to be our champions for the Bendix Showcase.
Yep, absolutely. Shout out to Macabre as well, playing Lucio. I feel like support doesn't get enough love. Had 30 offensive assists in that map alone, and on top of that, after the Earth Shatter, as you saw Ted's Cousin tear through, well, they got back up for a second, and the beatdown timed really well, so that way you have just full health. You can swing away and finish those last kills with that Fire Strike. So the assist definitely well earned. I think he got 5 assists off of that one alone. So that was a big play as well from Macabre, as they just push forward. Ted's Cousin, of course, with that huge play too. But this team, just well-deserved win from Shamans. And when we come back, it'll be a bit of Smash Bros. We switch into the next title. We're excited for it. Hope you are too. We'll see you in just a bit.
何度でも導いてやる。焼き付ける。どうして。 その痛みで私を思い出せ。
Three, two, one, go! I cannot afford to lose.
It seems our fates are joined.
Three, two, one, go!
Arcfire! Thunder! Thunder! again.
Three, two, one, go!
Weaklings, a lot of them.
One, go!
悪く思うな。
Win!
Welcome back to the Bendix Showcase here on the Stay Plugged In channel alongside Zombie Xander. My name is Bearlight, and we're excited to move into the Rocket League portion of this stream and showcase. Zombie Xander, we got to watch a little bit of Smash in the meantime as well. How you doing tonight, and what do you think of the event so far?
I'm doing great. I mean, we started off with a bang there with Overwatch. It was such an electric sort of feeling with the teams going back and forth, Skulls versus Carmel High School, and then ultimately Shaman putting themselves in a place to get that championship with the one game needed in that second, or rather third round. Smash, my gosh, what a bracket, and that championship game with the clean sweep there. Unbelievable stuff. And we're moving into game number 3, Rocket League. This bracket has been going for a little bit now, and we're finally getting down to the championship match.
That's right. Game number 1 within game number 3, if you will, as the grand finals of best of 7 for the first time in this title. Remember, best of 5s leading up, a single limb bracket. So very cutthroat, one and done. If you're to drop a series, but both of these teams have done a good job to kind of stick with it. Crusaders from the top side of the bracket, as we take a sneak peek at their run before we get into their roster here. A 3-0 over Team Profits, a 3-2 over Team Monarchs, and now sit in this finals. So tough road to get here. Obviously, the first one was pretty domination station here, but Crusaders, of course, made up of Koala Bear, Avalanche, and Nikolai. They're going to be a little bit outweighed when we talk about on paper, but right now, an impressive run and put it all on the line in the semifinals.
No, absolutely. And the fact that they had that momentum over Divinity jumping up into the semifinals to get a pretty close match against a strong Monarchs team to get to the finals here, they're looking good.
They're looking very good. On the other side, I mean, I would argue same results. And in fact, it's been very similar. 3-1 instead of 3-0 in their first run. Team Wizards over Team Mercenaries. And then Wizards to face Gemini, which took a while. We were waiting on the semifinals matchup for what felt like forever. They were able to power through. Team Gemini, again, a 3-2 count, of course, in Game 5. So a couple of Game 5s there in the semifinals. You love to see such close matchups.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact that they were just grinding out those long series and then finally coming down to the best of 7 here, it's one and done. Whoever gets to that the fourth win first, they're going to take home the title. And they've been playing for a while now. They've had some long series. We'll see how their mental fortitude is holding up and if they're feeling good. Obviously, Crusader had a little bit longer of a break. Wizards just finishing. So we'll see if that has to come into play at all.
Yeah, and they're also favored on paper too, which could spell trouble here for Team Crusaders, who look to get off to a hot start, but it'll be difficult to do so. They're made up of Aurora, Phoenix, and Taki Hockey, as you see on your screens. And we have it up and are ready to go. It will be Team Crusaders in blue and Team Wizards in orange. Game 1 of the finals underway, and a quick strike here from Phoenix. So yeah, a quick strike, and because they're all warmed up for Team Wizards, that's how you start a series.
Oh my gosh, look at the follow-up there. It dings off of the roof and then comes straight back down. Phoenix with a beautiful strike in just 3 seconds.
Quick strike here as they didn't hesitate to come out. Team Wizards will showing a little bit of that magic that they have in their back pocket. To start it off, Aurora gonna look to try to build on this one as he tries to take it down the field. Avalanche able to jump on this one right off the bat into the corner now. An extra touch, but not fooling the defense, as it'll be Yokoi able to try and keep it away, as Yokoi for Team Wizards is actually Daki, I believe. We'll double check and get you the details, but I'm pretty sure that's who it is.
Can you imagine if, it's still so much time to go, but can you imagine if the 3-second goal was like the game decider at 1-0? You imagine how deflating that would be if you're Team Crusader knowing you had all this time to make a comeback, but then Wizards just lock it down. We'll see, obviously still 4 minutes left on the clock, but it's fun to speculate in series like this. We got to go the long haul. Sometimes the very little things can make the biggest impact.
I would be lying if I said I haven't seen that before. It actually, one off the bat, but then you lock down. You're like, oh, wow, I'm in a game. Let's lock it down on the defense, and then you do. You're like, wait, we need to score in order to tie that first goal that had happened right off the bat. So let's see if it happens. This one kind of hangs lazily there at center. Nobody really jumping up on it until Nico able to meet up and try to get to it. Avalanche leave it back for Koala, who's looking to backtrack, but maybe a little bit too far. Is Phoenix able to jump on it in the meantime? He's got a touch. Beats Nico with one, but it'll be Avalanche right back down the field, forcing Aurora on the retreat. A quick turn and flick, though. Had an opportunity to move out, but Koala able to deny that turnaround chance. Now into the middle, a chance, a shot, and Koala going to tie things up for Team Crusaders.
Beautiful opportunity here. Nico with the setup. It's going to be right off the wall. Koala noticing and capitalizing, making sure to get to the right side of that goal, seeing that the only final defender was moving to the opposite side of the goal. And just a really nice team effort there and a quick strike. Now we're all tied up. 3 minutes left to go in this game. It's starting to get real.
Starting to get amped up a little bit, so it won't be just that first goal that goes in off the bat. A bit of a miscue here as Team Wizards kind of stepping on each other's toes. The shot finds a way. It sneaks through Koala. Perfect placement on that shot will make it 2-1 for Crusader.
Wait a second. What timing to beat both people. He went up for that ball at midfield and was able to put enough heat on it straight down into the goal. And I don't think the defenders are ready for that.
No, the fastball was the right choice. Not that you can throw much of a curve in the game of Rocket League, but too much. But yes, he chose the correct way to approach that shot and recognize that maybe they can't get back to it if you do it. So excellent recognition as Phoenix now up. We'll wait for it to bounce so he can go up with it as well. But the 50 met by Nico in the defensive zone of Crusader, who will look to push out. Denied, but kind of sits there. Can nobody? They just hesitate to get out to it. Another opportunity develops here for Team Crusader, as Wizards should be the team looking warmed up. But right now, I mean, they're kind of given the business by Team Crusader.
That was a bit of a mistouch there, bit of miscommunication there in the wow. And it comes back to bite them after the fact. I mean, they were a couple members, like you were talking about in that play. The ball was just kind of bobbling there on their side of the field, and neither member kind of knew which to go for. And now I feel like their communication is breaking down a little bit. You start to go down 3-1 rather. 2 minutes left on the clock. Things start to get a little bit helpless. I mean, these guys have been grinding out that 5-game series and had to hop right into the grand finals here. So they might need a second to reset, and it might just have to be this game. They need to find a way to get back into this sort of series mentally, because Koala's striking.
He's definitely on a mission. As I argued, the whole team has been a lot stronger in the communication department, as their passing seem a little bit cleaner. Their shots seem a little bit faster as well. The mechanics definitely coming and favoring Team Crusader, as now it'll be Team Wizards looking to jump on it, but a pinch back down the field. And Yokoi just barely getting to this one, but now the transition. He's up to the ceiling. A chance to try to find a pass across, gets the touch, and denied by Avalanche on the back line.
I think I want to take a look at how this Orange squad is defending. I mean, it seems like they're really holding pretty far, you know, waiting until these last seconds to save those goals, where they really should be challenging around midfield to try and, you know, take away a bit of that space and, you know, don't give like people like Nico those opportunities. But so far, I mean, it's only allowed 3 goals in so far, one of which I think Koala just had a dial on. There really wasn't much you could do about that one. But the other two, you know, it seems like they just need to kind of, I think, push out just a little more. Look, this defense is hanging back. You can see right there. And it might be enough. No! Oh, wow, an incredible save there by Aurora to keep that one from really putting the nail in the coffin. But 26 seconds left, down by 2. Not looking good for Team Wizards, game 1.
Yeah, Team Crusader has had a majority of the good opportunities, and Team Wizard trying to play from their own goal line, quite literally. Every single play they've had to make is off the defense. A chance to even things, and another big save will secure this game number 1. Most likely here for Crusaders. They try to get one more back, but a touch away. And so Crusader coming out alive does not look like a team that had to wait a solid 20 minutes before their next game. They must have been in free play. I don't know what they did to prepare for the next one. Maybe even a ranked match, because it seems like the flow of the game felt really good for this team. And for Wizards, they were stuck on their own goal line, having to defend consistently throughout that one. Whereas Crusaders, they just kept on putting pressure after pressure, shot after shot on the nets. And Wizards had to kind of play, towards their own corners versus towards the opponent's goal line.
No, absolutely. Crusaders, I mean, their offense seems humming already coming out the gates. And yeah, like you just said, Bear, the Wizards have really been on the back foot and kind of scrambling to see if they're able to put any sort of thing together. I haven't seen any sort of sustained offense from them off the transitions, and immediately right back to just trying to keep the ball out of their goal. So Crusaders off to a really strong start, looking really good. Wizards going to need to sort of pull it together because you're in the grand finals. There's not really much time. It may be a best of 7, but there's not a lot of time, Bear, to put together some sort of gameplay, and that's what the rest of the bracket was for.
Exactly right. You had 2 best of 5s to try and figure that out. Right now, Crusader doing a good job, but again, a long series, a best of 7. In fact, a shot right off the bat here for Team Wizards, and they somehow get out alive. That's Crusader as they push back in. A bit of a miss, as a whiff will open things up, but no harm done to Team Wizard as they'll move back out. And a chance there. They missed, though. Oh, that was a golden opportunity. The net was open. They just couldn't find it.
And looks so far, based off of the 30 seconds that we've seen, that they've started to kind of click a little bit with their offense, figuring out maybe a bit of that communication, knowing that, all right, we're down 1. Let's pull it back together. That being said, like you said, there really hasn't been a real good shot opportunity. They've had the positioning, they've had the ball placement, but until that final strike. And unfortunately for them, it's still tied up, and I still think momentum's in favor of Crusaders.
It is, but they had a couple of crucial misses,
Oh,
including
but wait!
right on cue, and Phoenix puts it away 1-0.
Look how long this takes. I think partially in favor of that demo that happened just prior. Phoenix able to walk that right into the goal as the final member of the defense flying right by him with that defensive miss. And it was a costly miss. Now down 1-0 to the Wizards.
Yeah, and a couple of mistakes here, and Team Wizards trying to even things. As again, a team that would be favored on paper almost never ends up that way, unless you talk about maybe the pro scene or, when there's a bigger skill gap here. The 2 teams super close, though. As now Aurora kind of hit it across his own box. Maybe not the best touch there, but either way gets away with it. Tries to settle as well, but Nico able to jump on this one now and looking for the counterattack as Yokoi baited off the back wall. And a chip shot there from Koala. Could have been a shot on net, but instead going to go a little bit high, and Team Wizards will remain with this 1-0 lead. But looking like Team Crusader, like you said, putting that pressure on, but another missed shot. Missed opportunities has been the name of the game here in this game, too.
Absolutely. And it really was, I think, a little bit of lack of pressure there. Ball right in front of the goal. 2 members of blue hanging back, waiting for the opportunity to strike, and kind of letting the game come to them when I feel like they needed to take that opportunity to control the pace of that offense instead of letting the defense unfold, or rather unravel, which it ended up not happening. So Crusaders still now halfway through this game, only down 1 point. 1 point really doesn't amount to much when it comes to the speed of play in Rocket League, but 1 point will still lose you the game.
Very, very much will be able to. As the turn of 50 back in the zone, there's been so many open nets and a lot of misses. I think a lot of nerves go into this too, as we popped into the Rocket League stream right on the grand finals. So that means that not only is it big stakes, but also on stream and for the very first time. So you got to shake a few of those off. As Koala for Team Crusaders is now up for it already as Avalanche. He goes up confidently for it. Unfortunately, leaves it to the corner. It'll be Phoenix, but he's shielded into the zone by Koala. Nico had an opportunity, but flies past it, and Team Wizards defense able to clean up.
Crusaders really need to get kind of get it going. They're definitely playing closer to their goal, and really haven't been able to. I mean, I gotta hand it to the Wizards, because they've been able to put that same pressure on the Crusaders that they had on game 1. Couple opportunities, and like you said, missed opportunities, Bear, from the Crusaders. They've had the shot opportunities, either gone wide or just taken away by the defense.
And they seem to be a little bit pushed up in positioning, and then, you know, a bench like that.
Baby!
And right when you call it, a little bit too far forward and optimistic here, and then the bounce going to favor Team Wizards here, as they just saw it from the corner and let it loose. 2-0 here for Team Wizards, when I would argue that Team Crusader has been the better of the two teams in this game. It's unfortunate for them. Team Wizards will take it regardless.
Yeah, I mean, Team Wizards looking like a team renewed from game 1. 2-0 lead, just playing with that lead. You know, their defense has been pretty stout, but it hasn't really needed to be all that strong because of how consistent their offense is. I was talking about how they didn't have a sustained offense in game number 1, and that really kind of, that tune has changed a little bit.
That's a great pass across at 50. He's there at midfield, and Nico could not settle before. He was challenged right off of it as well. And now we'll turn and try to get it across the Avalanche. A chance for a shot, but cleaned up off the back wall again from Team Wizards, playing some defense now, as they had a few mistakes there. Didn't let it haunt them, and because of that, they will hold on to the 2-0 lead until just now. Avalanche able to pull it back within 1. So if Team Crusader can start, you know, converting these, we might be talking about an overtime here. They have 18 seconds to do it.
I mean, they scored in 3 seconds in game number 1. So anything can happen with this squad. It really just kind of depends on how they're able to kind of pull it together. And that is a great opportunity, but it might be their only one unless Avalanche is able to pull this back around. And it looks like it's going to be game number 2 with the nail in the coffin, Aurora, ensuring that this series is all tied up.
Yes, sir. Wizards able to come back in. Although it was Crusader knocking on the doorstep and where the pressure consistently through the first 4 minutes or so, it's Team Wizards able to stick with it. Crusader did get that goal at the very end to make it close with 18 seconds left, but they took care of business towards the end. Phoenix with 2 goals in that one. Looks like they outshot Crusader, but the feeling and overall gist was that Crusader had a lot of good grade A chances, but some of the shots a little wide. They can clean it up, then they should be able to bounce back here. Watch for it in game 3.
Yeah, you know, with the 5 shots the Crusaders had, only 3 of them only that needed to be saved by the Wizards. So that means 2 went fairly errant, and it really kind of spells that that's 2 goals that are the difference in that score line and could send them to overtime. But boy, way to bounce back for the Wizards. Really nice job to kind of stick in there, knowing that it is a long series, and you kind of sometimes you get that bounce back win, and all of a sudden it looks like a completely different series. I mean, now it's a best of 3 essentially, and the Crusaders may be like a little mentally on the ropes. It really just comes down to how people will perform in game number 3.
Well, best of 5 essentially, with the obviously this being a
yeah.
best
What
of
did I
7.
say?
But I know what you mean. Best of all good. I get your point though.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so used to doing best of 5s, so I was like, oh, let's knock it down to the next one. And of course, look at that, Phoenix just bringing the heat, moving forward and just punching that one right by Avalanche and Koala. What a job, and the momentum. We talked about it. The Wizards going up 1-0, 12 seconds in.
Yeah, Team Crusader got the 8-second goal. You know, to start off game 1, game 3, it's going to be Team Wizards to do the same, except 18 seconds. As Nico tries to take a shot, but shielded. Back down the center where Phoenix will call off his man. A great call off too. Good comms as he had the better opportunity and angle at it. That being said, didn't really do much with it. And honestly, Xander, you know, I don't blame you. I did 5 best of 5s yesterday for the Charlotte Phoenix, so I feel that I'm used to the best of 5 scenario too. So I won't hold it against you. It's fine.
I watched every second of that, and my goodness. Well, 1, you did a great job. 2, my heart can't take that many best of 5s, man. Can you get in touch with the team and let them know?
That many game 5s, I'm on it. I'm on the phone already. You don't even know. You can't even
Less
see
game
it.
5s. Either way, win or lose, just less game 5s.
At that competition, you have to lose 3 intentionally if you want to be able to ensure that it's not going to go to 5. And I would argue the same here, as you see it being dead close here. Obviously not to that quite level, but they are improving nonetheless. The average rank here, Grand Champ 2, which is nothing to shy away from. Definitely a lot of talent in this Bendix showcase has been shown over the past little bits. As we bring you into the grand finals, just joining us 1-1 in this best of 7. A couple of demos here from Team Crusader will free up plenty of room for them to put back down the field. The thing is, the demos will send Team Wizards back to their own zone. So really, they're able to get the defense with no sweat taken off their brow.
Now, I will say, though, that if you're getting a little bit worried about the ball too close to your goal, you need to take out some of the members of their squad so they can't continue their offense. That's a great way to do it. But yes, you will then send the defense back to where they want to be, so there's no quick breakaways. But it is a good reset and kind of reset your mind in the field and everything. Unfortunately, no goals off of it. So it's going to be still 1-0 in favor of the Wizards. That early goal holding strong. Could it be enough to send the Wizards to 2-1 in the series? Only time will tell.
Half the game left to go to try and close it out. Obviously, an insurance goal would feel pretty decent here, as he looked to work from the back wall and gets a touch past Koala, who's fooled by it. But pops right directly back in for Team Wizards. Into the box, but a good pinch out here will force Phoenix up into more good communication. You can tell whenever Phoenix wants a ball, he'll go off his teammates. And the fact that he's earned that kind of respect with these teammates that he's had to kind of just now meet and get to is impressive. Avalanche able to tie it at 1, though, as Crusader bounces back.
2 minutes left on the clock. Even Stevens, 1-1. I mean, it's a brand new game. A much shorter game, but that's a great goal for the Crusaders to get. Now they can start focusing on winning, not just losing, or trying not to lose.
My brain is typically not on the losing aspect, but sometimes you can't hurt you, or you can't help but have it hit your mind. Phoenix trying to read that waterfall. I argue he was in the right path to do it, but instead will not quite connect. It'll be Avalanche, leaving it for a teammate. It'll be Nico. In that Batmobile, we'll get a flick, as the Batmobile is known to do. Another touch back towards the net, but not a lot of velocity on it. And so Aurora had a touch away. That's until Koala steps on it. Back out of the zone here while Nico tries to catch. That was a dangerous play because it's right up to Phoenix, who'll play back out. But these two teams so evenly matched. A good flick, though. Phoenix tries to get the touch. No! Hits it off the post, and it comes right back out. Oh, no.
The opportunity to take the game into his hands, and immediately the field switches and Nico puts it in. That's got to be a heartbreaking thing to have happen to the Wizards here, as it was just a sure goal. Phoenix just with a slight mistouch, and all of a sudden Crusaders makes him pay for it. Nico with the goal, up 2-1.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Phoenix wants that one back 1,000 times. Another goal just to add injury to insult on that last sequence. Oh, that hurts. As Phoenix trying to shake it off, but then gets 50 by Koala as well to add to the pain.
Unbelievable stuff here from this Crusader squad. When it rains, it pours. They saw the opportunity to take away the first goal to make it 2-1. And then just pouring it on 3-1. 1 minute to go. Wizards on the ropes. They need goals fast.
They do. Trying to reorganize is the best word. Reset the brain, which is not very helpful there. But now back up forward is Phoenix. Almost connects, but not able to do so. And Koala with a big, giant flick back down the field. Phoenix will call off a teammate yet again, as he'll push down the field. No boost to work with. That last flick, although it goes close to the net. Not quite able to challenge. And now 30 seconds left on the clock for them to try to turn. There's a touch. Nico reads it all the way, though. The 50 will keep it in the zone for the time being, but they're having to go backwards. And so now a big, giant boom down the field from Koala will kill more time, and that should do it here, as Crusaders looking to get that lead directly back as we trade wins in these games in the series.
Yeah, I think the only thing that would have saved that is if that long clear from the Wizards somehow ended up going into the Crusaders' goal, but it will not be the case, and that is going to be the Crusaders Yeah, once again, going up a game. Boy, what a strike back. It seemed so even for 2 minutes of that, or 3 minutes of that game. And then in the final 2 minute, well, final minute really, or from minute 2 to minute 1, 2 goals quickly scored. What seemed like Phoenix about to put the lead up on the board. Nico turning it right around, and not a lot of shots shot by the Crusaders, only 6, but boy, 3 of them counting.
Yeah, and to capitalize on Phoenix not being able to tap that one away, that definitely goes a long way because you could, see that miss happen and just kind of lay back and say, oh, thankfully, that one didn't go in, so let's try and work something. No, they said, now's our chance. Let's put it in our own hands, and it took less than 15 seconds for them to transition that down the field to score. That's how you need to kind of respond to a mistake of the defense, by letting them know, hey, if you're going to make a mistake, if you're not going to quite tap the one in, we're going to come right back down the field, and we are going to put the pressure on, get on the scoreboard. So that way, whenever you make a mistake, you'll second guess yourself on a couple of the reads too. And so Crusader doing a good job to hit that. Let's head into game now. Game 4 now, as Crusaders gets that 2-1 lead back and looking to build on it.
My heart goes out to Phoenix and that one opportunity that he had. Nico taking away another one. We'll see if he's able to bounce back as a leader of the squad and not let that one moment define the entire series. So far, already putting a shot on goal. Of course, blocked by Nico, but oh my gosh, Phoenix flying in with Aurora to save that. And that's going to be just maybe what they needed to get that little bit of juice back in their play. Maybe get a lead here in game number 4.
Oh, and there it is. Aurora with the banging shot there. 1-0 for Team Wizards. And that goes back to the save. Like you said, Phoenix involved with it, but then getting the 50-50 to play it across. I would give him the assist. I'm not sure that Rocket League does in their scoring system, but setting up that 50-50, knowing that your teammate was there in the middle of the field, counts in my eyes, at least, for an assist and a good way to build that confidence back up, which is, I think, what you're getting at there for sure, Xander, is that's much needed to really rebuild another opportunity, but just off the goalpost now, as Team Crusaders looking to answer back quickly, which they have all series long.
All series long, and, they've defined opportunities from when the Wizards make a mistake. This is a great opportunity, but just wide right, just barely, but it's still not out of harm's way. Phoenix with the back flick. No, Nico with the save. Oh my goodness, what a series there from both offense and defense alike. Incredible maneuvers there.
As we saw, Avalanche actually lost connection, but since we are already into the series, we'll have to try to bounce back as soon as possible, as there will be no pauses. So now it's just a 2v3 scenario for Team Crusaders, as they're already down 1-0, so they have to try and get damage control here. Unfortunate misconnection, but you have to play on.
That is unfortunate. Hopefully able to get them back into the match. But them's is the rules as written. And, if every time we disconnected the restart of the game with a DC, then, some nights with some connection follies, we'd be here all night. So just gotta keep playing. And there we go. He's back, and it is even Stevens. They still just got to get that one goal. Here's a great opportunity. No, going to be swatted away by Aurora. Aurora with a great defensive effort so far in game number 4.
He has been excellent. There's no question. Also, shout out to Crusader, who is able to keep them off the scoreboard in the meantime while Avalanche did reconnect. So that's actually a huge sequence in its own rights, because across comes Koala, and they tied at 1 after the disconnection. Will they come back and connect with the pass? It's across, and Phoenix can't get to it, a tie ball game.
That's a great use of that back wall, placing the ball right in front of the goal, and Koala knowing exactly when to strike to make that one true. 2 members of Wizards trying to get in the way, but no. Koala too quick, tied 1-1. We're at halftime.
Excellent job from Crusader to stick with it. Not only, kill off that basically penalty kill, and another shot. Koala gonna take the lead here for Team Crusader, talking up their ability to keep it close after a disconnection, and now they take the lead instead with 2:16 remaining.
nearly the same exact play that put them on the board the first time. The second time, not using the back wall, just a slight little pass right into the hands of a very fast Koala, and he's going to make it possible. But Phoenix, the long ball, is tied 2-2. Take another look.
Phoenix 50-50 on Avalanche. Look at that weird bouncing. Koala couldn't read it. Oh, my.
Off the wall, no less.
Oh, yikes. Okay, that bounce wasn't expected, though. It wouldn't be expected, in my eyes, at a higher level.
Twice?
Could this be another one? Are you kidding me? Oh, the save from Avalanche. Thank goodness. I was about to say, if 2 bounces go back and in for Team Wizards, then they are typically going to be using their own magic there, clearly.
That's insane. Oh, boy. This series is firing up, Bear.
It is interesting to say the very, very, very least, as Avalanche put down a low ball. I mean, it's good placement on the shot, but just a miss there on the back wall. And so now a 3-2 lead here for Crusader, who wants to stay on top and build on the way that they got after the disconnection from Avalanche. Still crediting them for this one. Bounces out to the slot. A shot on. Phoenix puts it through. You're right. This series is amping up now as Wizards now going to tie at 3 with 1:46 remaining.
I love games when it's all offense, no defense, because it can go either way. It seems like they're trying to put up those defensive efforts, but the shots are too good right now. 3-3. All of a sudden, these two teams have just come afire with these shots, and that looked like it might have been another one. But oh my goodness, it feels like the offensive strikes can do no wrong. The passing game on point, the defense on both sides of the ball just having a lot of trouble.
Aurora now bouncing back, taking a shot of his own. A double commit, but a big pinch to get it out. Yeah, now time to take a deep breath. Finally, a bit of a settle to the corner. 50 where Aurora trying to get up to it, but not a lot of boost. And Nico just a quicker path to get up there with his own boost. As Phoenix will look to settle things down on his own back wall to bait Avalanche in, but it's loosely played out to the slot. Koala got to go back up for it, but kind of fakes out his own min. And Nico, although he gets his shot on, maybe not the one he wanted because he did not know what to anticipate there. Back down the field here, and Xander going to be a close one here, ticking down under a minute.
It's feeling more and more like this game might go to overtime as we have, as you said, had a cool down, a settle down on the game itself. Here's an opportunity. Aurora there with another great defensive move, and that's going to be a demo down onto him, so he's going to be reset. This might be another opportunity for the Crusaders to get an offensive effort because this ball is dangerous.
Oh, across an Avalanche. Gonna make it 4-3 here for Crusader, but the way this game is going, I don't anticipate that being the last one. The bench across, Avalanche is able to tap it away. A misread there, as Yokoi wishes he had that one back too. Not the best of abilities there on the defense. It took a weird bounce, yes. But you got to read it at this point, especially in the finals, if you want to control your own destiny and get this showcase win. Now, Crusader just 13 seconds away from making it match point in this best of 7. Gonna kill even more time with this touch down the field. Avalanche, but touch backwards there, and now set up here for Team Wizards. But they try to get the comeback, but demoed off of it, and the let it kill. And Crusader has their 3rd win of the series, just 1 game away from the series win.
Wow, that really did come down to the final possession there. Wizards looking like they had an incredible opportunity to just have a free breakaway as all 3 members of Crusaders a little out of position, and they just didn't capitalize fast enough. All of a sudden, Demo comes down. They can't keep the ball off the ground, and that was the game. Crusaders, after what was a shootout for the middle couple of minutes there, finally settles down. Crusaders coming out on top by 1.
Yeah, when we talk about how obviously the previous game or game title that we saw, Overwatch, has utility. We'll talk about it in the future when we see the Valorant finals coming up about utility. But that was let's see, that was Nico on top of the scoreboard with 0 goals. But let's look at his utility. He had 2 assists, 4 saves, I believe, and 3 shots. Right, and that's putting pressure on, that's finding passing, and that's playing on the defensive line. So it's all about goal scoring is not everything, right? So getting those kills, top fragging, not everything. I love how it transitions over to Rocket League as well. Shout out to Nico for making that his utility the best it can be.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't necessarily need to be the main striker in a match or a team to make a huge impact. Sometimes it's the perfectly timed demo. Sometimes it's the perfectly timed or perfectly placed pass. And Nico really putting it all together to put his team on top there. Now finding themselves a 2-game advantage here in the grand finals, only needing one more. Team Wizards, do or die. They have to win the next 3.
So look to them, look for them to come out a bit antsy, right? Hopefully with a lot of pressure, a lot on the line here. If they can control this nervous energy and siphon it into excited energy, then they can come out really pop off. We see it a lot where the shot count from the team that has their backs up against the wall, they'll go like 6-0, right? 7-0 or something crazy because they get that excitement. If you're able to funnel that energy in the right way, that's how you can really bounce back here. Otherwise, Crusader, if you can't control your emotions here, Crusader will walk away with this one 4-1. So which one is it going to be? We'll have to find out.
That's a great question, and sometimes you get yourself into a game, a game point situation, though. Sometimes you might take your foot off the gas a little bit. No Rocket League car, pun intended. And so far, I mean, no goals been scored on the board here yet. Crusaders kind of needing that early goal to kind of set the tone for how the rest of the series or rest of the game is going to play out. That shot going just a little bit wide could have been really, really good for the Team Wizards.
Could have been. Crusader, they were caught mid-flip, and then a miss from the front man. I forgot who it was, but either way, back man was already flipping forward to try and get a head start on the way down. That one rolled just a little bit wide, fortunately for Team Crusader, as Wizards looking to find their first goal in this game, as our Crusader, but obviously a first goal would be huge for Wizards to try to build some momentum back. But now a touchdown, a chance, but nobody available on the doorstep for Team Crusader yet again, as Wizards just struggling to get past this half line, finally able to do so.
Yeah, I've been noticing a couple, missed touches or, missed, and not only like the touches not going kind of where they wanted to go, but missed completely, mistimed aerials or whatever. So definitely a lot of nerves here in the grand finals. Obviously stuff that the, players of this caliber, this is scary. And that's going to be Aurora. If Aurora didn't get there, Phoenix for sure was going to. And that's going to be the 1-0 lead for the Wizards. Exactly what they need here with their backs against the wall in a game point situation. Finally starting to put together a couple of those right touches. I think maybe, missed opportunity for the Crusader squad. And I think maybe some of those missed touches, mistimed things adding up to a deficit here.
Yeah, for sure. On that last one, a bit of fortune on the bouncing as well from Team Wizards, as that one hit right off of a man, their own man, I think Phoenix. And it popped it right back up into the play, and so Aurora was able to tap that one away because it was just put right back down in front of the box. They'll take the fortunate bounce nonetheless and move on to the 1-0 scoreline. But Koala looking to turn it around with a pass to Nico. Fielded by Yokoi, and then directly after there by Phoenix, who looks to jump in on the play. Another loose play out in front from Crusader, but a teammate there in support. A miss from Yokoi, and now jumping in on the play and getting a giant clear down the field. Across. Touch out. Nico read it, but went just a little bit wide. Can't get the read on the back wall either, and that's right back towards his own end, where a shot comes out from Phoenix. And he'll get the dunk here as they try to play time. Minute 18 left. There's still a 1-0 lead here for Wizards. But Koala looking to change it. Does get the foot reset, forcing Aurora up for it. The follow-up will be a pass off the back wall, but Aurora's speed will allow him to get to it and flick it into the back of the net. Team Wizards on their way to trying to get back in this one. They got a minute 6 to close this one out to get their second one of the series.
I was watching Yokoi's boost anytime we were on him, and for what felt like 30, 45 seconds, he was getting boost denied constantly by Team Crusaders, so their boost management across the field has been really solid. Either that or a little bit of miscommunication from the rest of Team Wizards, not realizing that he might actually need some boost, because he was kind of left to be a sitting duck there on that back line a little bit, but really not making a huge difference as Aurora and Phoenix putting that one just, working that doubles game. Koala, though, with a huge strike to bring them within 44 seconds left.
giant play here from Koala to get up. Aurora just missed the read on that one, but Koala stuck with it. I don't know if you know, but if you go up for an aerial, you see the defense and they should touch it. It takes a very strong mind to stick with the play, go with the original angle, and then just approach it like the opponent's going to miss it. And that's exactly what he did there and was able to capitalize. It's a cross with Team Wizards defense. Able to come strong, but right back at them. And again, off the back wall has been Aurora a few times in that second touch down the field. That was huge. But again, they find themselves turning backwards towards their own nets. Another chance, a shot towards net, but a big save yet again as this one bounces to center. Avalanche, another shot. Denied by Yokoi for the time being. Crusaders tried their best to end it in this one as a Game 5 victory more imminent here for Team Wizards. Down the field again. This will be up for the time being. They'll actually keep it up to try and tie it. Force overtime. He's there. The shot hits the ground. And Wizards will stay alive for the next one. It'll be a Game 6.
Boy, oh boy. I mean, the Crusaders did just about everything they could to get back in that game. They put a bunch of shots on goal there in the final seconds of the match, but I think it was just too little too late. Wizards knowing exactly what they needed to do, which was load that goal line and make sure nothing got through, and that's exactly what happened. Crusaders almost pulling it within, even Stevens, but Koala, and the rest of the gang just unable to make it happen. They're still at game point. They still just need one more, but the Wizards with a little bit of momentum here.
Lost your mic there for a little bit. Heard what you said. I think it was a little bit empty, but got the message nonetheless. Yes, Wizards hanging in there for the time being. Crusader did amp up the pressure quite a bit. Credit to Aurora, though, for a couple of times that he just owned the back wall. Yeah, his boost was taken from multiple occasions, right? And you mentioned that earlier, how does boost contribute to this? And I think Wizards was actually dominated by Crusaders in that regards. But no boost, no problem, says Wizards. We move on to Game 6.
That's right indeed. And just like they needed to get that early goal in game number 1, Nico gonna take that away. Said, my momentum, ladies and gentlemen, my momentum. Koala in the gang. Nico, what a pass from Koala. And he's going to put it in the top right corner. Aurora needing to be absolutely perfect on his defensive effort to make a block there and just comes up short.
Nicola off the backside of his car, able to finish it. As Avalanche tries to get a 50-50 there on Phoenix. Not able to finish the job, though, and they'll move directly back over the side wall where Koala misses this one. Leaving another opportunity here for Wizards. A quick touch past one. Aurora gets the bump and a pass across, and Phoenix puts it away. 1-1 the scoreline.
That was completely made possible by this effort by Aurora. Look at how he's just battling there on that back wall, not giving up possession one bit until he finally gets the perfect pass to Phoenix. Easy work for Phoenix there if the ball is already just centered and 1 foot from where you need it to be.
Phoenix going to step up, get a demo after Nico makes his save originally off this kickoff chance from Team Wizards. Who have been able to tie it after Crusaders, and Nico was able to get a goal right off the bat there to start off this game number 6. Aurora allowed the chance to jump back in on the play. He's got 27 boost, but a good midfield presence there from Crusader will deny the initial opportunity, but they'll still push back in the zone. Using the ceiling to get out, some creativity there for Crusader as they look to move back out. A good reach from Avalanche will pop it right back in the zone. Nico will play it past one, but again, Aurora from that back wall where he has just made that the property of himself. But now a shot comes through from Nico. His second of the game will make it 2-1.
Sometimes a player just needs to step up and take the game into his own hands. Obviously, great pass from Avalanche off that back wall corner. But Nico, with the second strike of the game, moving his way towards a hat trick. I mean, he's played absolutely phenomenally with his strikes and finds him and his team in the lead here. Still got a lot left on that clock, but playing, I think, really good on that offensive side of the ball. Just needs to lock down the defense.
And speaking of which, he'll need some defense here as a ceiling pass rather. Phoenix Should have taken a shot. Unfortunately, missed it. I think it was just a misread there as Aurora had to step up back down the field. A chance. Nico going to try to get the read. He does. That's an easy tap in there. 3-1 now for Team Crusaders. They're just a little step closer here towards this finals win. Wizards needing to turn it around very quickly. Luckily for them, plenty of time to do it.
Absolutely. 3 minutes. I mean, we've seen these guys get kickoff goals, no problem. So still anybody's ball game, but it's looking a lot like Nico's ball game. He is on fire, and here's another offensive effort for this squad. Avalanche trying to follow it up. Another, and that ball is scary. All 3 members right there and just able to barely get the clear, but the offense doesn't stop. Koala back in the corner. Here we go. Nico with the long shot. Can he sink it? Yes, he can. It's 4 for Nico. Can anybody stop this man?
He has been the difference maker from the sidewall this time. Finds that nobody back in the net, so he takes it for his own and buries that one. Phoenix trying to dig things out from his defensive zone, and he did a great job to keep it close and try to hang around, but Nico will not be denied. As now down to 2:42 left on the clock. Team Crusader 3 goals up. Nico try to make it 5. That one's going to go well high, though, but a touch back in the center. Look out. As another misplay and miscue there from Team Wizards, but not going to haunt them. In fact, they'll get a goal off of it. Okay, maybe a missed opportunity from Crusader. Don't let Wizards back into this one off of that play.
No, absolutely not. I mean, that should have been an offensive opportunity, and it basically was, but nobody there to strike that ball. I think everybody else just assumed Nico was already there or something, because he's just been all over those strikes all game. Now only a 2-score game. I mean, I felt like a 3-score game was, you know, pretty safe. 2-score, I wouldn't feel safe if I were Crusaders, based off of how Phoenix and Aurora have been absolutely striking constantly.
Ooh, and what a save there to keep it close as well.
I don't even understand how that was saved.
The jump back, the recovery, the boost, and the pre-flip in order to get over. That was a combination chain reaction of just mechanics to allow him to get back to that one. That was insane. And now they're keeping him alive here in minute 52. Aurora turns, try to get that flick off. You could tell Nico is not having it, as he is having the game of his life right now, and this is the appropriate time to do it when you're trying to close off. That being said, right back to middle as a pinch will play out here for Crusader. They'll kill even more time and maybe a chance to close out. Aurora finding Phoenix. Had a chance to touch it back down the field on the redirect. Maybe a better decision to play it to himself. Will sidestep Nico. Looking to do the same to Avalanche. Can't do it. Big clear down. Aurora having to backtrack on his own. And Avalanche able to step up, get the goal after Koala sets him up and gets the bump. And Crusader with a minute 18 up 3.
I just noticed Avalanche here with 3 assists to his name. So a lot has been made possible for Nico by Avalanche. Kind of the silent, you know, we were talking about utility and helping out the team in many different ways. Look at this. All right. Still 2-score game.
What is this series, Xander? Oh my goodness.
I don't know.
The
right
roller
by Avalanche.
You guys like theme parks? Anybody chat like theme parks? This is a roller coaster in a half of a series. So back within that 2 deficit, when that 3-goal deficit with a minute 17 went through, I thought it was over. Again, like it seems and feels that way every time I watch Rocket League. Not too fast, my friend.
I know.
Insane. Now an opportunity to transition down the field too, as Aurora will keep it there, but Phoenix was there with him, so maybe not the best positioning. And in fact, Yokoi struggling to find a touch on this one, and now Phoenix to get a pinch off his own car, play back out. It's a good 50. Nico plays it back to himself, but pinched across. Good recognition, but nobody home on the other side there for Team Wizards.
That was a scary clear to be making right across the goal. If anybody had noticed and been able to, you know, kind of time that right, could have been a free opportunity. But luckily, 30 seconds left, 2-goal lead. No damage done on that. That was almost the nail in the coffin, and still Aurora tried to keep this game alive. 2-goal down. Here's an opportunity, but no, it's going to go wide left, and that just might do it, folks.
Oh, that was such a good opportunity. You can't Can't blame him either because he set himself up for the double. Wait, a shot on! Oh, with 2 seconds left, it's within 1! It's still within reach!
Stop it. What is this series? This is incredible. There's still enough time to make something happen. A kickoff goal is something we've seen plenty of times before. Aurora, Avalanche, these guys are just hammering back and forth. And that's going to be still in the air. I thought it was going to wind up dead ball before it got to the wall.
Here it goes. Oh, they almost kept it up, but Team Crusaders is your Bendix Showcase champions.
That was insane. What a series from these two squads. There's a reason that both of them were in the grand finals. You know, tons of shots there from the Crusaders, 11 in that final game. Obviously marked by the fact that they had 5 goals on the board, almost 6, almost 7, almost 8. I mean, this offense was so potent throughout this entire series, and it really started ramping up there in game 5, and then game 6. Whew, Nico, watch out. That kid was absolutely stunning in game number 6 to put the series away.
And has to be my MVP as well as Koala and Avalanche did to step up when they needed to. Nico, we talked about his utility, so it wasn't like necessarily the goal scorer until that last game where he stepped up and put in 4 and took it by his own regards, right? And it seemed like
I think he heard you. He was like, "Wait a second."
Take it. Yeah. He's like, "I can score 2. What do you mean?" And he did. And he took it for himself. I think he really took the series into the hands of Crusaders. I would argue that he is my MVP here. Do you agree?
You know, if the MVP's got to go to the winning squad, I would absolutely agree. My MVP for the Wizards has got to be Aurora, defensively, offensively, all over that field, and unfortunately, just wasn't able to come up with enough wins there in the grand finals. Crusaders taking it by 4-2. Wow,
Yep.
What a series!
Agreed. I think Phoenix did a good job for Wizards as well to step up and make plays. A few times, a few mistakes, but he bounced back from it and was always present until the very end. It's not like he just fell off after those few mistakes were made. Big shout out to him for this strong mentality. But I think you're right, Aurora definitely trying to lead the way for the Wizards. I think he was a true leader for Team Wizards. Just a little bit shy. Xander, your final thoughts on this whole thing?
Unbelievable stuff from both squads. Congratulations to Team Crusaders for taking home the victory and the prizes. And we've got one more game to go.
That's right. That's the end of the Rocket League segment. Of course, like you said, it'll be Team Crusaders going to celebrate this one for quite a while. Wish we could hop into their voice chat to kind of check out, the vibes there, but unfortunately not allowed the opportunity. That's a venture for the future here at Stay Plugged In, which is the network you're on. So don't go anywhere. The new game of Valorant is going to be next with the grand finals. You don't want to miss it. If you know Valorant, it's going to be super exciting. Stay here on this channel. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Bendix Showcase. I appreciate you sticking around while our stream went down for a second while we had to turn on the stream delay. Obviously, stream integrity, gameplay integrity, always going to be our #1 thing here at Stay Plugged In. And Xander, how have you felt about this stream so far? How you doing tonight, sir?
Oh my gosh, the matches have been absolutely stunning. I mean, I talked about it right as we were going into Rocket League. The first 2 games we were playing, Overwatch and Smash, turned out to be awesome matchups. And of course, Rocket League, no different. Both teams so evenly matched up. until finally Crusaders finding an edge there to win it 4-2 in the grand finals, best of 7. And I expect this to be not much different. I mean, grand finals, once again, they've had to fight themselves through this bracket yet again. And we find ourselves in a best of 1 situation here. It's going to be first to that 13 rounds. Well, obviously, if all goes to plan and no overtime involved.
Exactly right. And who knows with these two teams who
Right,
are absolutely
exactly.
stacked right now. Because Immortals on one side of Team Impact is the average, but just about the same for Team Legends, you could say. Not to mention beating Team Oasis. I want to hear your thoughts on this because you talked about it when we're in this break here, Xander, that, Oasis came in, won the Peach Belt Showcase that we saw a couple of weeks ago and looked super strong doing so, and they dropped the Team Impact. That just shows how much of an impact Team Impact has.
Oh my gosh. I mean, in the grand finals of the Florence Showcase that we were doing, it was essentially in the grand finals in the best of 3. One of the games, they just 13-0'd the other squad. I thought for sure they'd be one of the favorites, especially being a defending champ from a spin perspective. Going in, I thought I was just going to come out of that Rocket League broadcast and look at the bracket and, see Oasis there just chilling in the grand finals. But no, didn't make it through the semis, going down to Team Impact. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, difficult route to get there, right? You have to go through Impact. You also 1-0'd Carmel High School's JV Esports, so being able to get through a couple of rounds in order to get here as well. Oasis maybe had some warming up to do and couldn't quite get to that point as they had a bye round to begin things, but not quite able to bounce their way through. Same thing can be said about Team Legends, who had to win 2 to get into the finals themselves. One over CHS Esports, so over the main squad. So that means that Legends, again, had maybe a little bit more of a difficult matchup there for the first round, and then Apocalypse, of course, with the win over them, lands him into the finals. Now we transition into the finals itself. That chance for $25 a piece here in this matchup here for the Valorant finals of the Bendix Showcase, and we will have it at Icebox. Not one of my favorite maps here, Xander, but a lot of teams have a lot of strategies, including that B site. Keep an eye on a Sage and Viper combo here to begin things here at Icebox.
No, I remember just off stream, you were talking about it just a moment ago, saying that every opportunity that they get, they're going to try and drop that Viper pit in that area to make sure that they are able to keep up that just controlling the area. And that ult does such a good job doing so. But we'll see just how these team comps roll out.
Yeah, and sure enough, the Sage is already locked in and ready to go here, as they are going to jump out with a combination, like we said. Viper locked in off the bat here.
Look at that.
It's like we can see into the future. Exactly. Silva, of course, coming through now for Luna for a little bit more of that intel. As this side of the pitch or this side of the map is going to be
too much Rocket League, huh?
Too much. Oh, so much from yesterday. 5 and 6 hour stream pitch is just burnt into my mind at this point. But either way, it's Team Legends going to be in green here and defending first. Legends defending, which means Impact will be on the attack, and they have so many good fraggers here, not even including just their duelists. Everybody just able to pick heads here. So imagine them going Ghost here for the pistol round 2 to really amp things up and get those kills early and try to make a statement, because remember, it's a best of 1. The quicker you can get off to a good start, you got to feel good about it.
Absolutely. I mean, and especially when it essentially, yes, you switch sides, but halfway through the game, we get that clean reset, econ resets everything. You kind of get a chance to switch sides and feel out how the other team was approaching, basically the other side of the game, and what was working for them and what wasn't working for them. So it's a good opportunity to kind of feel out everything. And if you go into that halftime with enough of a lead, you've got to be feeling good, despite maybe some things not going completely your way on the second half of the game. You still go into it with enough of a lead that maybe you can piece together a victory.
Exactly right. Well, the team comp's exactly the same as to be anticipated here. The pros stick with it on a regular basis as well. Sometimes you'll see a 3 initiator setup here for Icebox. This time you're not going to see it from either side as they go with the typical comp here in combination. You get that extra intel from Silva. You talk about a Reyna and a Jet combination of just getting picks, right? Reyna feeding off of their kills, using her utility in that way. And of course, Jet's op combination is deadly. And the blades, although nerfed recently, are just go-to killer to kind of pass on. And so right now, off the bat, again, Impact on the attack to begin, and pistol round will look towards A as they try to hold them off from the top box, but going to drop back down right on the site as they look to kind of find themselves in a duel here from long range.
I love this sheriff play, especially if you know you're going to be in long sight lines. You get that, singular headshot. It can be just turn the tide of the match, and that's going to be Troy getting down onto Cuz, and that's early on, a 5-2 lead.
Yeah, excellent job to jump out quickly. We said that's going to be super important in this one, and sure enough, that's where we are right now for Team Impact. You will get the plant down as well. We talked about their talents. Well, there's no surprise here that they continue to press forward and just show exactly why they are impactful, how they made their way to the finals, as well as they will now try and hold off. Should be a pretty easy scenario here at B as they have plenty of cover, but Sage going to keep it close to the time being with the self-heal as well. Didn't use that earlier in the round, but still a long battle to get through.
Oh, yeah, and I love that quick rotation to get the spike down after they had that little scuffle on A, switch over to B, and that's going to be round 1 going over to the red squad.
Excellent job to begin things here for, of course, the attack is what red indicates from Team Impact, and Legends having a tough time with the pistol round here. Incon building here for Team Impact is they've initially decided A, but then rotated it quickly across to B, realizing that that's where the defense was a little bit weaker, and sure enough, they're going to line up to go directly towards this B push with a couple heads to try and feel out if the mid presence is going to be a lot to handle here. I don't think it will be. You still see a stack here, regardless of the scenario last time from Team Legends, just holding off the A site, and maybe for no reason here, as the push will clearly and obviously be B. You'll see the comms come out quickly.
And I love both of those walls getting pre-set up from both squads, kind of anticipating that B push. Defense just trying to, put that a little bit farther forward so that they're able to reduce that sight line. Both squads actually doing it, putting it a little bit further down. And here's that the no man's land here in the middle, but it's just enough space to be able to sneak that spike down. And this is going to be already ticking down. Wow, close engagement from Coexist, taking down Prestige, and Alohi and Troy taking out 2 members of the defense. Only 1 left.
Oh, and Sate had a great opportunity there to try and pick one, but the Spectre just reigned supreme there in that scenario. As Dink will get the last kill there on the Sage, and a 2-0 lead here for Team Legends, as or Impact rather, as Legends tries to kind of like file through their notes and what they learned over the past couple rounds, past couple of not only rounds but also rounds of the tournament, right? Their last couple of games that they've warmed up with, and how do we make a difference? It might have been on a different map, so obviously you have different strategies coming in. For the most part, you kind of want to get that communication back and going. Obviously, the econ favored Impact, so you're not too surprised on that round 2 win. But wanting to see a bounce back here, as it looks like the attack will now favor A on this approach. Dink already with that op, but taken up by Coexist. That is a huge pick here. Wonder who's going to pick up that op in favor of the attack here for Impact, and can they use it as well? Sate, another time, able to get a kill, waiting for the attack to come across. Legends looking a lot better in this round 3.
Oh, yeah, holding some of these longer sight lines, finally have a bit of an arsenal, saving up there in round number 2. And able to take out 2 early on, especially taking down that op. That was a really, really nice pick, and a very important pick, because if you don't get those shots off, that's quickly going to be a 4-5 in favor of the other team. And now they're looking pretty here with a 5-3 lead moving into round number 3, as they're starting to move around. The offense not really deciding where exactly they want to be planting, just looking for the picks, playing around those Viper walls. And this now may be looking that they're going to be rotating over to B, the plant going down. Now getting 1 pick, and that's going to be a 4-3. Now 3-3, evened up, spike down. All of a sudden, Team Impact back into round number 3.
Yeah, and looking to do it in a very, very tight scenario here to try to lock in and hold as the defense looks for the retake now. As Alohi just knows where this attack's going to come from. It favors him, but Coexist taking advantage of the fact that Alohi couldn't get it, and Luna got another trade as well. They'll get the last kill and a defuse, and finally some momentum back here for Team Legends. Great retake.
Great retake, especially as they got their team whittled down a little bit there in that mid game, and looking like inevitably Impact was going to take a 3-0 lead as they started to come back into the round a little bit. No, sir. Team Legends looking really, really good as they finally got those 3 members down, all 3 remaining staying alive, keeping a little bit of that econ. Really, really nice way to round that out. And now it's a 2-1 instead of a 3-0, and that is a completely different looking game.
For sure, as you see the rifles come immediately out here, as they should for the defense, because you already know that Dink's going to go with that op and jet combo, as you've already seen. And although lost it, somebody was able to pull it back on the round 2 loss. So he was able to get that op directly back, regardless of going down. So great econ and recognition to get a weapon back that you know he prefers. Because of that, now bit of a stronghold here in A as they try to hold off the choke point here, but Dink getting a kill off the op right on cue.
And we've got that B site hold over there. Only 1 member of the defense on that side. And the majority of the scuffle, everybody looking, is such a tense moment, looking around, trying to get that 1 pick over here on Team A. Members of the defense maybe wrapping around towards mid, maybe sniffing out a potential rotate, but no. People still going down. Troy getting shot by Coexist. And now Team Impact realizing maybe this isn't for us. And they're starting to rotate over. But members of the defense already over here.
Grabs down again. The Viper Pit wall combination that I was talking about beforehand. There's a reason why you go to it, though. And I was kind of, poking fun at it in the break that this is, great creativity here, guys. But honestly, if it works, I mean, do you like trust it? Yeah, of course. You go back to it, and sure enough, it's going to be the play here as they look to kind of lock down this B side. I don't blame them.
No, and what's been working for them? Wow, Coexist with 3 on the round so far. Make it. Can he get the 5th? Hiding right there. No, look away, Mr. Mempy. Getting it down, and he's got 3 to his name. Coexist and Luna, and that's going to be a 4 kill from Mr. Memphy.
Oh, what a roller coaster of a round there was, as, oh my, 1 kill away was Coexist from the ace. Instead, returning the favor in a 4K fashion is Mr. Memphy. He didn't get the ice either, but he does get the round win for the attack, who needed a bounce back after Legends with a bounce back effort of their own in round 3. What a round. That was incredibly exciting.
A round. And you know what I was saying right before that really just started to pop off was that the way that they've been going about that with the wall there over on site B, just barely cutting off that corner, they've gone to that approach spike plant location every single time, and then this time they just added the Viper Pit, so it was a sure, well, almost not a sure thing after Coexist started popping off, but basically was something that they could really rely on, and just added that extra layer of Viper Pit, and it seems to be working so far. And here we go again.
Yeah,
same exact wall, same exact spike location.
Yep, it's so hard to gather. And in fact, if Valorant's not to Riot, one of the best publishers of all time, I would argue. But if they put a wall there to begin with, it would feel just the same, right? Because that's the exact place that you would want a wall to be from the attack, because it makes it so difficult. That was, I don't know who came up with this strategy, but it's really just the most difficult thing to defend here. But that being said, a good defense, at least idea here, but Prestige gonna put it into that as a couple of kills there from the defense. A cloudburst up, though. They're going to try to shoot through and try to get a kill on that spike, but couldn't find it. Insane returns the favor, and we'll get the defuse off in time, and so we'll bring it back within 1. But the cloudburst so perfect on that plant, and although Sage knows exactly where you are, could not pull it off, and they're back within 1.
Insane. I mean, just barely trying to get, sorry. I'm just going to collect myself for a second. Sate, what a play there. Taking out tons of members of the offense, then finally getting the defuse, starting it, getting it all the way up to half, and just, perfectly, you got to give it up to, just barely being in the right position, taking half that damage, knowing that, they're not going to get hit in the head. Gosh, I'm so flustered right now. That was so crazy.
It is. It is for real. Try out the op for a Marshall, it looks like, from the attack. As now a push on A. So maybe the, Sage Wall, the barrier orb to Viper, whether it be, you know, her cloud or whether it be, you know, the toxic screen. You know, you take a break from that because it's been a little bit overused at this point, and it didn't work on the last one, right? The defense got it back, so you try switch things up a little bit.
No, absolutely. And now we go back to this A-side push still. I mean, they've got the numbers advantage as the members of the defense still kind of hanging out, at least one back over on that B site. And Coexist continuing to dominate. That's 3 this round and many more in the game. Unbelievable stuff from Coexist, really just putting the team on their back. And this is a 3-3 game. Flawless victory there in round number 6.
I did not expect any flawless rounds here, and chalk me up as an amateur caster for Valorant by saying so. But it was such a close battle here in the meantime. So to see it tied 3-3 when Impact got off to a hot start there in the first couple rounds, thinking that maybe, you know, that might be the difference, especially since the again, I go back to on paper, but Impact a little bit higher ranked on average, but either way, Legends looking really strong in this one as they're able to defend yet again. Maybe not the strongest site here for the attack on Impact, or for Impact,
I mean,
rather.
you kind of already read it as if you're able to take down Coexist, then, you know, the rest of the Damos should fall. But so far, nobody's been really able to do it. And all of a sudden, the offense finds themselves down 1, 2, 3, getting chipped away by the freight train that is Coexist at the moment.
Toxic Stream remains up. And in fact, the pick goes out and it'll allow Cuz to have plain sight on Dink, who could not say the same. Oh, but Mr. Memphi, great job to stay patient, knowing exactly who was going to come through and when they were going to do so. So able to get that easy pick on heads on the way through. But a 4-on-4 battle here. Sage now going to use the heal on herself here. And look to maybe rotate A, knowing that the attack is favoring that way. But they are a little bit hesitant about it. Jet on the backside, though, to try to hang into it. Silva going to inch their way through. Mr. Memphi knows it's coming at some point, although missing a few shots, still able to take it, but that gives enough info for the Silva to come over. Luna able to take them out because of the miss early. Ooh, that was a bit of a mistake there. And a couple of whiffs will cost them numbers here as the defense looks to jump back on it. Now spike planted, a couple of trades to return the favor. Luna looking for another kill here. Alohi, although can see them now, will pull out the Hunter's Fury. It's a perfect time to do so. Will look to try to put it all the way through. Does recognize one, gets the kill on it as well. And a chance just have to hold off Luna. Now the defuse coming, he knows it, pumps out and gets the clutch. Wow, what a play.
Unbelievable stuff from Alohi there. Taking his time, making sure that every single shot was going to just stall that bomb, and then really giving no option to the final member. I mean, great job recognizing that maybe they were dodging a little bit left or right, and knowing the kind of layout of that bomb site was probably going to be right. Getting that final shot, and then knowing that that bomb was ticking down, and he's got to go try and defuse it. Knows exactly where that bomb is, puts the bullet in the back of the final defender's head.
Beautifully done. Chalked up, knew it was a matter of time, knew exactly where the placement was, and you practiced that 1,000 times knowing where it was. Oh, see! We'll take him out with the op. I believe it was a Marshall to try to counter that from Dink, but wasn't able to get it off. Maybe it was an op-on-op battle regardless. See, wins that one. Another one he wins. As Prestige tried to do the same thing with the same weapon, by the way. And he takes care of business 2 times. And now Legends looking a lot stronger in this one. Another Hunter's Fury. This time is on the other side of the map, where Luna trying to get a couple picks, but not quite able to do so. So
although he may be looking to try and pick up that op as well, but maybe thought twice about it. Maybe I don't want to do that. Seems like Sate is on point, and there it is. Sate taking down Alohi. Oh my goodness, another flawless round for the defense, tied at 4, ladies and gentlemen.
Confirmed amateur caster. That's 2 flawless victories. We're the same side. T Legends just hanging with them. I love the fact that we've got a close one here in this to start off. Of course, I think it would favor the attack here just because the B play is so deadly and can be. But regardless, an even battle as you hope to keep it as the defense. And Legends pulling out a lot of magic in their repertoire. as this sniper play continues to just be a thing here. Sate found a lot of success with the last time. Going to try through the mid this time. Not finding as much success. As the defense will wall this one off the Sage barrier orb to block the way to Kitchen for the attack. And so they will get a bit off of that one. And somehow they allow Sage to go down tunnel and get a kill. But now she's in trouble, having to backtrack on this one. As, at least for the time being, we'll play area control and toss down this slow orb. But Prestige able to get a kill there on Coexist now. And so the defense favored yet again. Legends looking just as sharp as they have been, as Sage again to make it a 4-on-1.
I loved that cheeky little play from the Sage, just popping out, you know, using that wall, but also scooting around and getting a free kill, then backing off, somehow not going down, even though they're throwing out the ice orb. And oh my gosh, the gun wasn't even out, somehow surviving and sticking around just a little bit longer. And that is going to be Sage taking out Prestige. 3 kills on the defense there from great effort there, playing around that wall.
Excellent map awareness from all of these players, as they've seen Icebox 1,000 times. Though one of the, was the first new edition map, you know, when besides the original maps that came with it, and Icebox has been learned ever since. And I think it was a good addition to the game. Obviously, I'm not a big fan of it myself, but love to see the strategies that come along with it. You see Sage lined up for that barrier orb in the way to the deny Kitchen, as typically is the case. As now it looks like we have a tech pause here in the meantime, maybe one of the, maybe a connection issue. Regardless, we talk a little bit more about the start here and how the attack has been slowed down a little bit since the first two rounds here, Xander. The defense here from Legends really stepping up their game.
Absolutely. I mean, as you said early on in the game, you kind of expect round number 2 to go over to kind of the one that gets the better economy going based off of the pistol round. So you win that round, you kind of expect that you're probably going to win round 2. And what a way for the defense to manage the fact that they almost were down 3-0. And then it became a 2-1 game, looking completely different, and now have their first lead of the game.
Yeah.
The defense is looking so good, despite what seems like a really strong game plan from that of Team Impact. But they really haven't been able to execute on the actual, like, shooting portion of it. You know, they're losing a lot of their ones. Sate with that sniper doing an incredible job on those longer sight lines. And then, of course, you got to talk about... wow, my mind is spacing on me. I hate myself.
Casters all around here.
Amateur casters all around. All right, go to you.
All right, a Viper and Sage combination. Again, like I said, overplayed for the attack, but it was working for a little bit. But there's a couple of rounds in a row where the Legends defense really stepped up there and was able to deny it once, and they didn't go back to it ever since. And, you know, I think it really goes to show that no matter how meta a strategy might be, as many strategies as you have to go back to on a regular basis, it's still predictable. And so that allows, you know, a team that's been together for a while, or even higher level players that just know intuitively how to deny some of those top level strats that are difficult to handle. When you see a situation over and over again, no matter how effective it might be, eventually you're going to learn from it and really make the adjustment. And I think Legends has done a great job to recognize that they want to gravitate towards that because it's so effective, and that they might be effective because of it. But I still would argue that it looks like, you know, maybe not as effective as they wanted to. Once you reach the finals, a whole different level of talent. So I just credit in the world here for the Legends defense to kind of catch on and play it well.
I mean, one of the major things that I've seen is the fact that when they're doing that strategy on B, then they don't really ever lose from the front. They're always losing from that backside. Somebody is slaying member by member every single time coming through that backside. And it's really what's been the detriment of that strategy for them. So they've got to be able to watch that flank, and they're going to it yet again. We'll see if it works. No, they're going to be backing off.
Of course, they're intimidated because they know that there's a Viper to kind of control pace here. Not too far off from the ult as well, as Sate kind of just, you know, holding that, holding an ult of their own in their back pocket right now, as the Blades are going to come out at some point, you would imagine, especially if they, have the advantage. Imagine going up 2 in this one. Coexist going to get a kill there. And will try to amp themselves up. Unfortunately, Prestige caught them in the act, able to get it, but Sage right back on the map because Sage able to get that res right back up, Troy. Now the trade there on Luna as well, and so we trade back and forth, but at the end results, we still have a 3-on-3. That's until Troy able to get 1. Will power up as well from that last kill and try to jump into mid where they know they're being challenged, but missed the shot. And cuz the Viper rotating all the way around from that B site hold, that stronghold. Great job in timing on that rotation.
Yeah, looping back around to take down a very difficult to kill right there. And I mean, here we go, just kind of hanging out on top of this. This is one of the toughest things you've got to do is jumping down into the pit of a Viper. Your health is low, your visibility is low, and it pays off for them. That is going to be the attackers tying it up 5-5. What an even match we've got, Bear.
It is. Oh my. The back and forth was a little bit iffy there. Sage did get 1, but again, killed off it, able to at least finish out the round. And now the attack back to an even 5-5. You're correct. As now looking and lining up for another A push. Kind of shock on this one because he's just gravitated towards B so often. But we'll look to go back to it now as another balanced defense here. A lot of mid presence here as the Sage gonna block off, of course, that road to kitchen as she typically does. And Sate able to get that pick from so far out. Prestige thought that they had an easy pick there on the sniper themselves, and Dink able to return the favor though. And Troy will get another kill here in the defense. Going to be down 2 to start things off.
I mean, you got to hand it to Sate. Been able to get an early pick in so many of these rounds and then follow it up. Just great job on those with that op, man. Oh my gosh. And there we go. Finally, plant going down for the offense. Advantage with the numbers. It's kind of a sticky situation for the retake. Lots of utility being used by the offense here. As there's visibility is next to none as they push over there. The wall dropping for a moment. Cuz taking down Mr. Memphi. 3-2, 3-1 advantage. And that is going to be the offense striking back and taking the lead.
Although Sage got a little bit of intel from turning that corner, she also gave away her own intel. And when you go down to yourself and the defense was able to locate you, or the attack was able to locate where you're at as the defense and last back there for Sage, you kind of gave away yourself. Yeah, you earned a little bit of the intel to see where the attack is coming from and where they're going. You're outnumbered there, and you don't have your res because you used it a couple of times ago, and you're outnumbered there at that point. Not much you could really do. You're kind of in a rock and a hard place at that point. And now the attack right back on top. So as much as we're crediting Legends for the great defensive hold, it is Impact right back there. And with the lead, finally, Dink gonna go for these blades. Been holding on to them what seemed like forever, even though it was only a couple of rounds. Still, you feel like they got to pop out a little bit sooner than that.
Oh, Dink also on that op, so never really an opportunity to use this because trying to really favoring some of those longer engagements and maybe finally going to see something a little bit closer up as Arsenal, no, still on the op though. So always has that option of putting those blades away and switching back to a longer play.
Careful.
And yeah, only in that instance where it's a super long play to get the sniper out and take care of business that way. Either way, the blades are very accurate.
Oh, yeah.
And very, very quick, too, to try to deal with. But yeah, I agree. You still have that in your back pocket, too. And even in close range, you know, now that the right click won't get you your blades back, sometimes you want to maybe switch out to a shoddy. You know, it's crazy how things change in the game of Valorant consistently whenever the nerfs come out, and that might be a play for it. The blades will be reset there for Dink as he's able to get one on Cuz, and now we'll go back to work as Sage baits everybody there, and on the rotation wasn't able to catch them because they were in plain sight when the rotation came around for the attack, and now Impact will work their way back towards maybe a plan here in the last rounds before the switch.
Defense on the back heels a little bit. And I'm excited, honestly, no matter what happens in this round, I'm excited to see these teams switch positions, switch sides, and see exactly how both teams are planning on setting up or using their offense. Wow, 2 quick kills for the offense, 1 member remaining, and of course it's Coexist. the one that I believe has the talent to be able to make that happen. But no, Troy off to his left, and that's going to be the flawless victory going into the switch.
So both teams with the flawless victory now. What do I know? As we switch sides now, so it'll be Legends on the attack, and a little bit of work to do here as the attack might be favored here on this Icebox map in some eyes. But some would say the defense also in a good spot too. So if you're able to kind of play the attack as well as you played the defense, then Team Legends looking to be on their way. They position themselves in a decent spot, I would argue, in order to pull it off. If you're just joining us, the comps remain exactly the same for both sides. So obviously, it's a good play because of just the combination that they put in together and the utility they're able to combine here on this Icebox map. As A seems to be the play here for the attack to begin things. Long range ghost snipe there basically from Troy. You can see that from the Sheriff a lot. From the Ghost, that makes it even more impressive.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just timed that so nicely. That's going to be a Shark Dart going out. Coexist with one down onto Dink. And that is 3-3, 3-2 in favor of the offense. And lo and behold, offense getting favored a little bit here as they now have the numbers here in the first round of the switch. Pistols only. One site getting here, trying to push over. Lots of utility being used to try and keep out the retake here. He's going to hack away. In
The
trouble,
defense-
2-2.
Yeah, they trapped themselves in with the Sage, the barrier orb rather. And it's because they boxed off the other side as well on the opposite end of the coin. And so really they didn't do themselves favor, but got a kill back in the process. Mr. Miffy gonna go down though. And so Sage able to secure the rounds here. And the attack looking really good here for Legends as they try to bounce back from the half that didn't quite favor them in the first place.
No, absolutely. And I don't think he knew exactly how much health was on either one of those remaining players because he honestly could have body shot either one of those guys, probably been all right, especially that Sage looking really, really weak, but able to pull off the 2-1 hold there as they just claw back just a little bit. One round down now as we move into the second round of the second half here.
Ropes, Dink heard it, but hopefully we'll be able to communicate because he got taken out quickly by the Sage here on the attack as they continue to move forward towards box. Sage making sure nobody's on the backside, and although believes that there may not be, is still going to hold fast and trust their intuition, knowing that somebody's probably going to be backside regardless. The plant gets down so quickly. There's the backside attack. Nobody drops though, and now Sage gets it through that little crack. A pixel peek will work in his favor, and a couple of kills to finish it out. A flawless victory yet again as it favors Legends, and they're back and tied here at 7.
And that kind of was like getting back that pistol round, round 1 and 2 from the first half of the game. They were able to get the first round and then able to translate that with their economy over into a second round, all tied up. Things are going to start looking a little bit more even as the defense economy starts to build up just a little bit from that loss, a little bit of saving there. 7-7. I can't believe how close this game is, Bear.
I can't either. In fact, I'm going to go for an all-out buy here to try to get a little bit of momentum back, it looks like. As you see Spectres for the most parts on the backside here for the defense as the attack looking a lot stronger for Legends. They even things to 7 here, and now looking again for the A push. A bit of a rotation here to try and go back the other way. Are they going to second guess themselves? Most likely, as it typically wouldn't be a bad play, but the defense just so sure that they're going to rotate directly back to A, and they're not giving him the attack much of a reason to believe that, that A is going to be a bad choice, and so they might go directly back to it. A bit of a spread here as you see the fake for the most part at B for the attack. Maybe going to try to distract some and make them believe and rotate off that A site, but the defense still stands strong. Intelligent play here on the defense from the impact as they will not falter. They will not step their way away from A. They continue to hang there to defense. A few picks of their own now at 5-2 scenario, but the spike's still at A. They sneak their way back, get everybody baited over to B, and now the Viper with a chance to plant here and should be able to get this off too, but so weary on where they could be. I'm so nervous that they haven't planted yet. Here goes the plant, and they're able to get it down. I cannot believe this. It's still going to be a tough shot to try to hold off. But Luna able to get one back in the process, try to distract them and catch them on the rotations themselves. Luna, a great job to try and get a flank here while they rotate back to A, realizing that they've all been fooled. And they try to rotate across. Viper now all the way back. This is going to be tough, though. The defuse should come out. They should have eyes on this, too. It should be easy. Dink knows this. Defuse on its way out. In fact, Troy going to get a kill to make sure it's the case. And they were fooled where the spike was going to be. The spike went down, but the defenders with the retake.
I loved that round. It was defined by the fact that no team was willing to give information to the other squad until finally the offense moved to a little bit around to B. Unfortunately, giving up a little bit of that information was the downfall of that offense and lost them 3 members of that squad over on that side. And all of a sudden we get that another denial of information. We're going to sneak that spike back over to A. Nobody really knows. And it was probably destined to fail, but it was an opportunity, and they were able to utilize that opportunity into maybe getting that win. And I just loved how, cat and mouse that match was moving forward until we finally exploded into 3 members of the offense going down.
That was just pure intelligence versus intelligence, right? I loved seeing it as well. That was one of my favorite rounds that I've ever witnessed here on the Stay Plugged In channel. So shout out to both teams who have been absolutely impactful here. As, again, that's a reason why it's so close, right? It's not a coincidence, as both these teams, as now a quicker plant might actually play in their favor, too. Another attacking kill as Luna able to get one, too. And so maybe another quick clap back here. The Viper left here, Mr. Mimpy, a lot of work to do. Of course, got the 4K earlier. I don't think it's going to happen again.
No, I mean, 34 health to their name. It really just isn't looking good for the defense, especially needing to take down 4 members of the offense. Spike is down, time of the essence. I think really just going to try and save life here. And, oh, but wait, the sneaky move back around to the other side. Again, denial of information. Maybe catch them unawares, but no, we're going to be running out of time here, and that's going to be the attackers tying it up here, 8-8. We are still deadlocked this late in the game.
Mr. Mimpy, knowing the exact distance of which the spike blows out to you, saw that, right? And he's just hanging out on the side. He's like, I'm gonna try to bait these casters, and he's like, they only know a little bit about how Valorant works, right? So we're gonna try to get them to say, hey, maybe they have a chance. You gotta figure that one out too. A timeout active right now as you see us come back to the booth, and with good reason. Let's just recap that 2 rounds ago, because that was something else. The bait and switch, right? To get across. You mentioned the opportunity to really, or at least to buy yourself an opportunity when the numbers don't favor you. And that's what great teams do. That's what separates, and I can't say this from personal experience because I'm a silver myself, but this is what separates really when I watch it. When aim's not a thing for me, this is what really gets you from that plat level up into the top ranks in Immortal and Radiance, is really the ability to recognize, hey, it might be stacked against us, right? But the cards stacked against us doesn't matter. You have to still find a way to try and get things done. But it also proves that on the other side of the map, you had an even opportunity there to recognize that you had been fooled. But that doesn't mean fool me twice, shame on me. So I'm going to stop it in these tracks.
Yeah, when numbers are down, you've got to find a way to create one-on-one situations, and putting that spike down and just trying to pick a spot to lay down where exactly you're trying to make that final stand can really be, the big move that a lot of these guys are trying to pull off. And clutches happen all the time at this level. Every single one of these players having the individual ability and talent to make something like that happen. So never really counting them out. 2-4, definitely a tough situation. Maybe even 2-5. But you've got the spike, so not all is lost. But here we are in round number 17. 3 members of the defense already down, offense rotating around to that B site. And look, the defense kind of smelling that out a little bit as well. They're trying to make that rotation, but they've also got to watch out for that one member coexist on the offense that could easily flank the defense into a really, really bad situation.
Look how many eyes are on this attack as well as they get the plant down, and now the rotation to the backside. They know it's everybody was looking towards that backside to make sure they can try to find a pick if they need to, because you also have Jet waiting in the shadows here. Coexist with such a quick transition. Reyna on Reyna battle and gets the best of that one. That being said, Tink gets one back here. Try to work from there. Hallway win from Coexist as well. That's his third kill of the rounds, and finish it off with Sate as he's able to take the attackers win yet again, and it'll be Legends on top, their second lead of the map.
You know, I was talking about the fact that he was the one man left behind over at A, and to watch out for that flank. And look who gets that first kill on one of the 3 remaining members of the defense. Exactly him. Coexist 21 and 11 so far in this game. Far and away top frag by 4. And what a job he's been doing so far. And really, now they find themselves up 1 round. It's late in the game. That's when you want to be up by 1. Oh, I believe we've got a Bucky here. My favorite gun in the game, but not getting to use it. Mr. Memphi going down to Coexist, and how that's 2 members already on the defense. And now even Stevens here, 9-8 still in the round differential, and going to be rotating back around to that A side.
Exactly. Same comp left as well, and maybe an example of why the Bucky should not be your favorite weapon.
Nope. I will never not.
It's kind of engraved into your name at this point, so it is
oh,
what
yeah.
it is.
Well, considering my name is Bucky only. Yep.
Yep, that's a sure thing. So now slow orb actually gonna Prestige. It didn't bother him at all. I was gonna say, hey, you slow orbed yourself, and yet still got away and still got the pick with the sheriff, mind you. Great pick there. As the defense looking for the attack, knowing they're across, and you have to win your battles. You have to win your gunfights in order to get the defuse. Dink gonna use the blades in order to get a kill here. In the meantime, we'll try for the defuse. Cloud bursts out, and a chance to defuse, but not enough time to do so. The attackers win anyways. It's a 4K from Sate, and they are within a 2 now, or 3 now, from getting this win.
Sate with 3, Dink with 3 there, and that final 1v1, it was a clash of the Titans. Sate able to pull out that win there, the 1v1 with, I think, you know, positioning and just able to pull it off. Up by 2 this late in the game, you really start thinking, if you're Mr. Memphi and the rest of the gang, that you've got to start pulling out all the stops no matter what. You can't let yourself go down by 3 or 4. You really can't let yourself go down at this point, and they've got to try and find a way to claw themselves back up, especially with how close it's been, how hard they've worked this long in the game and the bracket. Everything is on the line for the championship status.
Joining you for this last little bit is Zombie Xander and myself, Bear Lights, as well as we welcome you to the Stay Plugged In channel. A good pick there from Mr. Memphi. Make sure to hit the follow button if you want more awesome close matches like this. High school recruitment for collegiate esports. It's been super exciting already, as the poison orb up here for Mr. Memphi to try to maybe create a little bit of distraction here and keep the defense in a place, in a position where they feel comfortable, keeping the attack at a place where they keep second guessing themselves, and perhaps a rotation to A. They're thinking about it now, but the more they think about it, the more you will allow the chance for the defense to step up and get some of this information that's so crucial. But the toxic screen, or toxin screen, gonna hold them off in the meantime, but that almost indicates to you instantly that the rotation is going to come around to A, and you can see them rotating accordingly. The Jet and the Viper on the backside in just 30 seconds to plant.
Oh, yeah, they definitely, that was information. Sure, it gave them the opportunity to do so, but it also gave away that plan, and defense starting to set up here as they're looking for the first plant. They now have information as to where that is. That's going to be the Viper down. Mr. Memphi going down to Luna, 2-3. Shock Dart onto the one of 2 members remaining on the defense. Prestige raising Mr. Memphi. Prestige taking down Cuz, and the bait was enough to take out the offense. And that's going to be them clawing back 10-9.
That's how you take care of a Viper pit. I know the defense had the edge here, you know, when you talked about when the spike was going down or in the process of going down, but the pit was down and you took care of business. They had sight on it too for the attack. They had a bit of an advantage in an ult usage from Viper, more importantly, late in this game where they weren't able to get the round win here to move to 11. Instead, the defense holding on. So props to this Impact team for just trying to claw their way back in. Like you said, well put. Coexist sitting at 23 and 13 right now and feeling good about it. We're a more balanced kind of KDA there for Impact, looking a bit like a full team effort will need to be the case here for this team.
Absolutely. A lot of damage going down, but no, going to have a little bit of healing there. It's going to be one of the defense going down. Coexist and Cuz both getting kills. And this is the time when they start to feel like they're getting close to this victory. 4-3. Alohi taking down Sage. Oh my goodness. The offense doing a fantastic job here.
Yeah, because the spike was about to go down. You lose your Sage, which is a huge turning point, you know, for the attack. And yet they still have numbers here as they were able to pick up the spike before it was... before they allowed the defense to really check out and defend the spike when it was down. And they got the spike planted. Not only that, but they kept the numbers advantage in the meantime. Prestige gonna try to work it. Has the distraction for the backside, but also got a kill there in the meantime. Hold that thought here. It'll be a 1-on-2, but they do have low HP and gets the kill on 1. It's a 3K here, and now Alohi needing to get this 1-on-1 battle, but does not see Reyna on the backside as Coexist with the op and gonna get the win for the attacks as they move within 2 here of the championship.
Oh my goodness. What a job done by the offense there. I mean, everybody seeming to step up when they need it most. Coexist, still stunning. Sate, an incredible fragging effort. And everybody else just using all of the utility and comms for a combined effort to put themselves within 2 of this victory. Mr. Memphi and the rest of his squad really just, I mean, they're pretty even across the board as far as kills and deaths go, but they've got to have one stunner come through and really take this team into a position where they can lead themselves into taking just take one round, and finally, find yourself maybe even or ahead. But boy, it's getting tight here late into this championship match.
Coexist with the Lear trying to catch somebody snoozing maybe in the mid, but recognized that there was nobody back. But then, because they thought that nobody was back, Prestige able to take advantage of that knowledge. Jumps out and gets the kill. The Viper Pit has already been up and has been for a while now. To try to deny this A site, I'm not sure about that one because it will be up for just a little bit. But that means the attack can just wait here, play patience. And although they're low on numbers, it's kind of a bit of a, misplay here. You have your ults. I'm not sure this is the right time to use it as early in this round, as Luna gonna go ahead and go through the Viper Pit as well to get as much information as possible. Who might be through the pit itself, and Cuz able to come up with a big kill there, as without any kind of vision, able to still go through and get that kill. That owl drone was so huge.
So huge.
Man, oh man.
Man, oh man, indeed. And here the offense now is even. But Sage looking really, really weak. Oh, got the heal, but Alohi taking down Sage. Luna getting one to themselves. Cuz as well with another. Oh my goodness, and Cuz taking over this round and quite possibly might be the nail in the coffin that pushes them over the edge. This is really looking good for the offense here.
Yeah, force buy all the way now for the defense as they look to try to hold off. That was a very quick buy there from Dink, though, with the Marshall, as you're low on funds, but you need to find picks. So Dink very confident in that, as a Jet should be, to try to get them picks. A couple of Spectres here the other way from Memphi. They're going to be out weaponized for sure. And an attack that has confidence rolling into this one. Watch for a quick plant play. That would be the strat. The ultimate strat here for the attack as they move forward. Traps here from State to get the higher ground, trying to find a little bit of spot to work with now. We are out here to try to jump forward and get sight as well on the A push. They're a little bit slower than I expected them to be here, as the defense now going to recognize all that noise being made on the A side, going to allow the defense to rotate around, but Coexist with the first pick. going to hold fast, hold strong here. Mimpy able to get one pick with the Spectre. Now gets damaged there as they shoot through the Viper pit itself, and this could be an opportunity now as the spike should be down, and it is for the attack. A better use of this Viper pit, but Troy gonna get a kill to try and get one back, but killed in the process. Mr. Mimpy with the trade himself, and now the attack with the 3-2 advantage. The defense having to get the retake here, and they're both in the same spot. A couple of kills, a couple of picks here from Sage could be huge. They miss. Oh, and that might have done it as Mr. Mimpy should have got it, and sure enough, the attack will pull through. Oh my goodness, Legends able to pull this one off by the count of 13-9 and are your Bendix Valorant Showcase winners.
Awesome stuff. My gosh, the way they really started to take over that game around halftime. I mean, they were even, and then just pulling away when it mattered most, and just putting together some of really, really awesome offensive efforts and offensive rounds. I gotta hand it to that squad. Oh my gosh, what a job! I mean, you and I kind of looked at them on paper and kind of counted them down and out. And after the first 2 rounds, we kind of felt that way as well. But boy, what a job! They're the champions.
The champions walking home with 25 apiece here for Legends, so congratulations to the squad for pulling that out, and an excellent job to put on a performance in front of all the college coaches and college representatives that come through the stream. We are very thankful for you, otherwise there would be no points to all of this. You guys have been amazing as well in supporting the Stay Plugged In channel, so big shout out to you all as well. And Legends gonna walk away as the champions here. What a day it's been here, Xander, as we've gotten to witness all 4 titles here, beginning with Overwatch. Super exciting. Super Smash Brothers, where there was one ultimate champion, which we'll of course talked about in the past, and then the Rocket League finals, and now to follow up with such a close event here. I saw you all in chat saying, hey, Legends wins this one easy. It wasn't so easy though.
It was not so easy indeed, and I mean the fact that it was as close as it was all the way through. Bearlight, it has been an absolute pleasure casting with you today. We went through the ringer of all the different games that we have to offer. Not even all of them, but many of them here in the Stay Plugged In Network. And it was such a blast to be able to kind of run through all those. I mean, I got to give a huge shout out to our production and tournament administrators. I know a lot of the players have been dealing with, our iron fist of admins trying to get everybody in the right place at the right time. So big shout out to those guys. And boy, what a day. What a day.
What a day indeed. If you want to be a part of this, right, if you're in high school and you want to kind of show off your skills to college recruiters as well for your chance to find an esports scholarship. Imagine those words when I was in college would be incredible, right? Or really just trying to build a program itself. espin.gg, espin.gg/events to sign up for the next event. Check and see what we have going on and make sure that you get your hand in the process as well. Again, follow us on Twitter at ZombieXander, and I am at Bearlight Gaming, and we keep you up to date on exactly what events are coming up and just basically the world of esports and some general information there as well. So it's been a pleasure here as well. Make sure you follow the channel here on the Stay Plugged In Network. We bring you these exciting matches all the time, and until actually, I'm forgetting Emerge. They just launched their website too, emergeapparel.gg. That's EMERGE apparel.gg. They just launched their GG hoodies, Japanese calligraphy that means good game, and those hoodies are absolutely stacked. They're so awesome. You have to check it out. So make sure you check those out as well. But again, that wraps up the Bendix Showcase. Thank you for joining us on the Stay Plugged In Network. We'll see you next time. Good night.